natural thing. It's one of those like weird ticks. All right. Welcome to the Godless Sewing Channel. How's it going? How is everybody? I hope everybody's having a beautiful Monday night. It's America's birthday eve. I've got my Tiger King trucker shirt on. It's literally has a 18-wheeler on the back.
I'm already snapping the chat.
Are we not? Is there like a? Oh, there it is. So you know what it is? I have a screen in front of me, and YouTube has a heavy delay. How's everybody doing? Hello, hello. Two amazing machines I saw today. One, a White Hill SMC with machine with most of the attachments, 1875, 1876, and unknown, but looks like a weed SMC machine. Very early design. I would pay money for a sewing machine that said weed on the neck.
The weed machine, priceless.
Yay, Commander. If anyone wants to hop in, let me know. Everyone's welcome. Hey, Sydney, how's it going? It's Sydney's birthday is on Wednesday, and he's not here yet, but either yesterday or today was somebody else's birthday, and they're officially in the club.
The old fart club.
Officially.
I was going to say happy birthday. I got distracted with the sender of this package just messaged me. Oh, no, not everybody knows we have a very special event happening tonight.
I don't want to let the cat out of the bag too early.
Right? We got to build some suspense, some momentum. I talked about it yesterday. I didn't know how fast they were going to get here, but they didn't come from very far. And the postage service didn't screw me over.
Spoiler, I'll be jumping out of a cake.
Right.
I didn't expect everyone to be here early. I got to set up all my my robots.
What's inside the box? We are going to see what's inside the box. Oh my God. Presents. And I have a high suspicion that some of these may have been bought new by my grandma, so it's like extra special. Hello, Kevin.
Hey, how's it going?
Oh, sorry,
Hello.
I won't shake the table. I'm like so excited. I'm like fidgety. I can't sit still.
You should pull up the national anthem and play it. I know "Oh Canada" by heart because I've been watching hockey my whole life. I scare people because I know "Oh Canada" by heart. Which country? Yay! Trust me, I know that feeling of you're like unboxing. I told you, Phoenix. You cannot say unboxing on YouTube, and everyone's like, "Oh, I want to see what's in there."
I know everybody. We just like draw them in like flies to honey.
The Godless Insane Asylum. I like that. One of the funniest memes I ever saw was a Narcotics Anonymous meme, and it said, if you're popular in Narcotics Anonymous, that's like being popular. That's like sitting at the popular table at the insane asylum. Hey, hello.
Happy birthday, little girl.
Yay.
Yes, young human.
Oh, now I just have John Cougar Mellencamp stuck in my head. Hold on to 16 as long as you can. Before I forget, let me get my disclaimer because I do get a wig hatred. People throw their wigs at me.
Next week I'll grab my pink one and so we can.
I know it's not a shocker, but I have several in here. I'll pull one out.
we'll just start adding it to the production.
I take so many pictures. I have to take my cool guy glasses off.
And don't forget your real glasses.
They're right here.
Okay.
They're right here.
Let the shaming begin.
And I've cleaned my coffee pot, and it's right back to my Godless Sewing standards again. It's because I drink 2 to 3 pots a day and leave that thing on. Like, hey, Mark, how's it going? How's it going? Our country reeks of trees and yaks and really large, and they smell like rotten beef carcasses. America, man, imagine if we wrote the national anthem nowadays. Imagine the opinion that people would have. Hey, Mark. Women's clothing in U.S. earnings. Sand blows up skirts, and we will probably go to bleep. That is our great reward for Royal Canadian. That's a good song. Waternay, hello,
Oh,
hello.
you've already got Rotten Tomatoes. Oh, that was a joke. Jesus, because my tomatoes aren't ready yet. I can't even have rotten ones. They're not right.
All right. This program is intended for entertainment purposes only, and the content is not intended to malign any religion, race, company, individual, or wigs. All opinions expressed by Godless Sewing and program participants are solely their personal views and do not reflect the opinions of every human being on the planet. And here at Godless Sewing Airlines, we have exits on both sides. And in Spanish, if you don't like that, that's a izquierda and derecha. Thank you for flying Godless Sewing Airlines. We'll be here for a minute. Oh, and I'm starting off early. Today is National Air Condition Appreciation Day.
Yeah, mine keeps blowing my surge protector with the TV going, so I can only either watch the TV or have their aircon on. Hey, Mama.
Hey, it's coffee time. Coffee time. Hi, Mom. How's it going?
I took my address label off. I haven't even taken any tape off. I'm like, I couldn't wait till next week. I was like, I can't. My human almost was gonna try to hide it from me, but they didn't make it in time.
Hulk Hogan had one of the greatest theme songs of all time. I agree with you, Kilroy.
Hey, oh, yeah, all the gang's all here.
I think the Hulk theme song should be the national. I agree. Hulk Hogan. I've seen him in person more time than I've probably seen my uncle.
I don't actually have any uncles. I mean, I guess I do by marriage later on, but not one that's been around forever.
I couldn't imagine that. We all don't like each other, but I come from a semi-large family.
I know some of you folks drink coffee like it's no. Oh no, it's no, definitely not a new machine in this box.
So I
because the box.
The box is taking victims already. Okay, so sometimes I just nod my head and I'm like, and I watch stories and I'm like, okay, I know what's going on. I finally watched a story about the killer whale sinking ships. I finally sat down with all of my ADD and was like, I want to sit here for half an hour and watch a few videos.
Figure out what's going on here, because this is cray.
I don't want to go in the ocean now. And I used to surf. That's absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Oh, so I'm gonna put the picture in the chat. Well, in my in the group in a minute. But like I said yesterday on Phoenix's channel, I was sitting there cutting pants. People are like, Godless Sewing likes to yak, but I actually get sewing done. So I'm a yak and a sewer.
Right, which is why the show's called The Stitch and Bitch. You get what you signed up for.
But I turned these skinny jeans into hippie jeans. And I'm so stoked. And tonight I'm going to finish the back because the whole reason I got them is because they had a huge cut in the back.
Yeah.
But these are awesome.
Those are good.
I'm in love with these pants already. I wore them a little bit today, but I need to do some final improvements on these things. So this is a project I'll be working on tonight.
I've got a gajillion things. We've got my unboxing, which might be the steal the show tonight. We've got my linen tunic that I'm going to add that white lace piece to that I showed yesterday, because I think I want it a little bit longer, and that'll for the shirt. And because you finish one stays mock-up, you go and cut another one with this denim and the blue from my giant split skirt riding pants. But sewing stays is not the hardest thing ever. The hardest part is taking the time with your ruler and your pen and marking all your sewing lines and all of your boning channels. It's mostly a lot of straight lines with a couple of fiddly bits here and there. Eyelets, I'm looking at you. But the key to good stuff is, and I don't care.
Hey,
Use a
Mo.
freaking gel pen.
Mo, I'm glad you're back. I've been watching your videos. I'm glad that you're back making your videos. Wherever you live, it looks so beautiful. I live in Southern California where it's concrete and everything's planned. So when I see trees, I'm like, that's so beautiful.
Fancy that tree.
When I lived in Oregon, I would go wandering in the woods during non-hunting season.
Yeah.
I miss that. I kind of miss it, but like I always say, like the Portland I used to live in doesn't exist. So like
No,
nostalgia.
It's all nostalgia now.
Nostalgia will kill you. Today in 1890, Idaho became our 43rd state, and today in 1936, the steam locomotive speed record of 126 miles per hour was set in England. That's fast.
And if part of the Oregon has its way and the greater Idaho movement takes up steam, part of Oregon is like, hey, we're leaving you be. We're going over to Idaho.
What is it? Makeup? That where sure. It looks so
Macomb.
Beautiful.
It's probably Macomb.
Oh yeah. Sorry, West Coast English.
We can't. No speaky goody around here. Oh,
no,
that
not
was
at all.
Really, really bad. Sorry.
No legal.
No advice. Financial, election fortification, entertainment purposes only. If you learn something that was an accident, and we deeply apologize.
I'm only on my 4th coffee. I'll be drinking a gallon of coffee today, sitting most up to the night trying to inform on my P36 snow surface grinder, but I can't weigh on it. It's snowing in Australia right now. Is it snowing or almost snowing? That's Alexa. What's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 86 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh, it dropped. That's cool. It's 86. I'm just sitting in a giant room
with lots of electronics.
Yeah. When I first came out here an hour ago, it was 90 something degrees still. Oof. 1938. That's crazy. Michigan looks so beautiful. I'm one of those people that like I've visited a lot of places, so I have nostalgia for a lot of places I haven't lived. But living in Portland taught me there's a difference between visiting somewhere and living somewhere.
Yes. After a while, you don't go ever to the tourist locations. Except for the public Pike Place Market in Seattle. I didn't go often, but if I had to like touristy around my town, and if you've never been, at some point, go to Niagara Falls, the Canadian side, and Pike Place Market in Seattle.
Niagara Falls is another place. And today in 1962, Tom Cruise was born. He's 61. Does he have plastic surgery or does he just look good?
Does Scientology allow plastic surgery?
I'm writing an orc, so that's saying stupid stuff and will be blown apart by a soldier. Awesome. Whenever you want to hop in, Commander, let me know if anyone else wants to hop in. 12 miles north of Detroit. I've actually been to Saskatoon, Detroit, Saskatoon, Canada, and Detroit. It sounds like Godless needs an extraction fan in the garage. I have a fan going right now, but a lot of the fans I have, they're just they kill my microphone. They literally are just louder than my microphone.
They have Niagara and the Niagara River is the border between New York State and Canada that takes the water from the Great Lakes, the Great Lakes out to the ocean. It's how we used to move stuff. Yes, they do have it in Canada. I know it's a tourist trap. And the boat that got capsized there, or was that on the locks in Lake Erie? Not Lake Erie, the Erie Canal. She's a good old worker. She's a good old pal.
We started off talking about food early tonight. Like in the chat, we were talking about food. I'm craving all kinds of stuff already. And you know what's funny? Yesterday, I did go get a pretzel.
I was like, you bounced. I was like, something's going on. He's like, I
got in the car.
Chat for like, we had 4 more minutes before the guy was like, no.
I had no kid. And you know why?
No
it's because you didn't hop in. And so I was like, oh, I'm out. Pretzel. My cravings, like I was craving a pretzel for 4 hours. I actually knew someone in Saskatoon, and they were a really nice human. You need one of those smoke aerator systems that they put in bars. I do. Because this is the one room I've elected to smoke in more than anything else. This is the one room where I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, Mo, I'll throw the link in the chat.
When someone asks you what time it is, you say 1/2 a cow's ass. Okay.
Oh, and I finished my drapes too last night. I'm so excited. They are just a giant rectangle. Let's be real, but like
seriously, like we talked about yesterday, the worst part about drapes or things like that is how am I gonna do the fin? How do I want to hang it and planning that out? All right, should we do this? Is it too early? Can I do it? Can I do it? Have I waited long enough? Is there enough of a quorum? Oh my god. Yes, box opening noises. I'm sorry, folks with misophonia.
Oh, I'm gonna go off about the cow later.
Oh god. Be free. Oh my god, I got a manual.
Ooh.
The Singer Hem Stitcher and Pico Edger.
Ooh.
Because we have a Singer automatic zigzagger that I think, if I learned correctly, does the stitches on the box with original manuals.
Shit.
How's it going, dude?
So it's this giant.
Okay, I'll say it. Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, so I learned this when I was young. I guess my grandpa used to say it, but I didn't meet him because he was dead before I was born. But if somebody asks you what time it is, you say 1/2 a cow's ass, 1/4 his balls, lift up his hind legs, see Niagara Falls.
I just wanted to show off that I got a blunt.
Oh, we'll make it big for a second. That's some good old Michigan Mary right there.
Yep.
That's awesome. Do you get that from your store?
I don't have anything rolled up.
Do you get that from the store?
I took some bud and I laced moon rock in it.
Oh man, I wish I could.
We are complete. Sorry, we have obligatory ruffler foot.
You got one.
2 ruffler feet. It looks like.
Any topic matter? Or are you just talking about fucking anything?
We're right now. Phoenix is unboxing all the stuff that she got for her sewing machine.
Oh, nice.
Another Hammerfoot. I know. Sorry, folks. It's not the most exciting thing unless you're.
Oh no, it's exciting to me.
But oh sweet, my obligatory bias binder. Some of the spoon binder feet. I have this one. My auntie sent the picture of. It's super. No.
Hey,
it's a really narrow channel. I'm like, is this a cording foot that I can use? Because it doesn't look like it. There we go. Super skinny with a slit in it. I'm like,
wow.
Zipper. some more spoons. Oh, for the overcaster portion of it. So that's what I have.
I am so excited. Where did you get that from again?
This was from my aunt sent this to me,
Oh,
and
that's awesome.
she has my grandma's singer, so, and her husband's mom's singer outside of the table. So between the two of them, I think this is where these, probably some's my grandma's and some's not my grandma's, but probably bought new. And these boxes are like in good condition.
I collect those boxes. There's my famous flag. I made that flag. So I have a question. I need everyone to help me out. I need everyone to talk me out of buying a $74 Stanley Cup.
Stanley, what?
There is a company that sells sippy cups for adults. They're insulated cups. They're
you were not buying this stupid. It took me a Stanley. I was like, why do you need like a hockey trophy cup? And I'm like, no, this is the Stanley cups that we were talking about yesterday. That's just dumb. Yes, I got the hem stitcher and zigzagger. I know, and an extra box of cams for my.
Well, I'm too frugal. It's dollar store cups only.
My dollar store.
You can probably make a cup. You don't even need all that.
I know. You know what it is? I get caught up in trends, and I have super duper Amazon where they give me discounts.
No, but we are gonna peer pressure. You are not buying one of those stupid cups.
No, I browbeat me. I need to hear this. I've only been a yuppie for 2 years. I don't know how to not buy stupid things.
Yeah. No.
Ape, would you you're on the go all the time. Could you do with a giant 44-ounce cup?
No, I don't even know what I do with that. Like, I don't even know what to do with a 16-ounce can. I'm just like,
I hold it in my hand and drink it.
I gotta sit really close because I'm relying on only a porch light.
No worries. You're good. Get an AliExpress and find a Chinese knock. That is true.
I got a new selfie stick. See,
I've always wanted to get one of those. I was thinking about that. I could probably go to downtown Los Angeles and get a Manly cup, not a Stanley cup, but
it only holds it sideways, but it's still. I'm thinking I'm gonna be sideways, but it's still like this.
You still have a perfect picture.
Yeah, I got a good phone.
What kind of phones you get?
Well, it's like some kind of thing from Metro PCS. It's like 5G, and it's supposed to be one of the it's like a $350 to $400 phone, so it's a good one.
The only reason I don't have a selfie stick is because I live in Southern California, and all the time you will see people walking around with their selfie stick because their life is so important that, like.
No, what's really awesome about it is I don't have to prop up the phone. I just put it on the stand. I made a couple videos today.
That's awesome. See, but you use it for a practical use. Like, I live in a place of people that stream their whole life.
I know that's when you get a tripod.
Yeah, like it's not rare to be at the grocery store and someone's narrating about what milk they're gonna get.
Yeah, no, nobody whose life is that exciting. Like, I can't be one of those stinking vloggers. I'm just like, no,
You should film yourself walking through a thrift store. That's could be interesting.
Yeah,
I see people all the time. They're just like, they're hanging out at the bus stop, but they're FaceTiming with people. And then I sit there and I can just watch the whole conversation take place. Like,
yes.
They have no self-awareness of the fact that somebody else is listening to whatever plans they're making, wherever they're going, whoever they're talking to. Like, they're getting all this information. And they have zero self-awareness of the fact that, other people could just eavesdrop on me because I'm out here just like spilling my guts,
What are you
It's
gonna
like,
say?
at least be self-conscious when you're putting that information out there when you're in public.
True. So true. What were you gonna say, Phoenix?
Oh, speaking those people who walk around, is someone who gets motion sick? Just if you can't get a gimbal or a tripod, don't walk around with your camera shaking. I will instantly like.
That does.
You know
does
what I do to freak you out? I'll spin around and spin around.
No thanks. I can sit with my sewing face to my sewing machine and out of the corner catch the chat. I don't need to be subjected to this. I came here voluntarily.
The Stanley Cup is 44 ounces of gut busting, beautiful stainless steel.
Hey, I'm leaving. I'm leaving. So
Great to see you, Mo.
I just want people to know me, okay?
Good to see
watch
you.
my videos.
Yeah,
Good to see you, Mo.
buddy. It's been a while. I did want to announce. I think July 11th is July 11th is a free Slurpee day at 7-Eleven. So beware.
Do you know what's really funny? I still have all the refills because I spoiled my son. I have a fake blender. We have a twisty cup. I have all the cups.
Oh, that's funny. The box from this cans, they must have all been sitting upside down because you can see the rings from the plastic are just like impregnated into
I love those boxes. I buy those boxes at the swap meet. I love that.
Oh my gosh. And these came from my family.
That's important. Like my grandmother's sewing machine is like the admiral of the fleet in here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I would sell everything before I sold that thing.
Yeah, there's some interesting like bean-shaped hammers that they have such a weird. They're so flat.
So I shouldn't get the cup, huh?
No, you are not getting this stupid cup.
Yeah, that's a terrible financial decision. I don't even see why.
No, you're
Even
right.
if you have the money, it's still dumb. No, there's better cups for less money. Don't succumb to the mommy bloggers. You're not a mommy blogger.
It's because I fell into a freaking podcast with these two Oklahoma moms, and they're hilarious. But one obsessively drinks. We had this conversation yesterday. She drinks 40 ounce cups of sweet tea a day.
Yeah, no.
Your liver is screaming.
Hell no, ghetto, no cuppa.
It drives me crazy. It's overpriced by almost. You're right, Alibaba. You're right. You know, I'm a label whore, and I'm man enough to admit it. But I will buy a knockoff. I grew up on house brand, so I'm not a snob. Like I said this yesterday, I'll smoke swag. I'll smoke top shelf.
You need to stop asking the question. The answer is no. Get over it.
Would you smoke swag, Ape? Like if someone just gave it to you, would you be like, heck yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm smoking right now. It's pretty good swag though. I mean, to be fair, like, it's been in the bag for a while, but it's still nice and moist. So I'm not complaining.
I'm not a snob at all. I'll from top shelf to bottom shelf. Like if it rolls, it's my friend. But does stainless steel change the flavor though? Because I would just put coffee in there and drink lukewarm or iced coffee all day.
I have stainless steel insulated coffee cups that you can okay, this is the answer. You can get a cup. You just can't get that $80 stinking Stanley cup. You can get the $12 one off Amazon and be completely satisfied and cover it in stickers. Yeah, you can spit your coffee out on your mic now.
No, you made me laugh because they sell the knockoffs at my 99-cent store for $14.
So you don't even need to make an Amazon order and get tempted with anything else. You just know.
Oh my god.
I miss Tang.
I can't believe you're seriously contemplating this. Like,
Right?
And I'll tell you why. It's because I don't drink anymore. I don't go to Las Vegas anymore. I go to the Valley, which is ghetto and hood. Like, and if you're not from there, don't go there. I don't go to LA anymore. I really don't have an excitement in my life. I'm a parent. I am literally like a soccer dad.
And that's fine, but you don't need to do this.
So
This is the highlight of your day, the excitement in your life right now.
it's giving up. Being like everyone else, like conformity is when you stop streaming upstream and you're like, all right, fine. And you let the tide take you. There's a total hardcore story in Battlestar Galactica where they're like, never stop swimming.
Oh, I get that. Yeah.
But like, it's because I look around and like I used to always clown yuppies, and I look around and I'm like, holy cow! I just because I dress like an emancipated and eat like an emancipated 14-year-old, like I'm a yuppie. I'm a total soccer dad.
Oh, that's great.
But you know, on another note, I don't think I'm gonna go back into Hobby Lobby. My godless patches scared the Hobby Lobby staff.
Again?
I walked back in there and they followed me again. And it was the same lady. I swear I went to high school with her, or like we made out at the Sadie Hawking dance in 1997, and like I just don't remember. It's really uncomfortable though when I like because I'm a fabric hoarder, you know.
Well, that's why you shop your stash. We're got to be 40 pounds down by Christmas. So start weighing your fabric and get down 40 pounds.
Stainless steel is only a problem if your drink is acidic. Oh, okay, good to know.
Isn't Hobby Lobby also one of those like Christian-owned chains? So like I don't know, maybe we shouldn't be supporting them anywhere.
Bull, I didn't even realize it until like a couple weeks ago. In the beginning of my stream, I took pictures. I was wearing my godless vest. Let's be real though, it's too hot to be wearing that vest. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a full-fledged denim vest, pockets and everything. That thing's, you know, unless I'm not wearing anything underneath it. But
not to Hobby Lobby.
I scared the staff and they followed me around. I was thinking it was not insulated. It's a Geez, next he'll be telling us he's going to slap chop. The mommy vlogger. You know what though? I refuse to get a minivan. No, I am not a vice officer. No way. Caught buying stolen antiques. I remember that. It's so funny you'd say that because when I was younger, I would buy African stuff from like World Market, and I would always be like, I wonder how they get this.
Do you know about that YouTube streamer Black Bigelow?
No.
He lives in a minivan. He streams from his minivan. Like he just goes around the country like collecting like donations from people while he's streaming, like you know, like random like food reviews at like just hole in the wall fucking restaurants and like weird stuff. Like the dude's he's off the hook though. I've kind of gotten addicted to him. He's interesting, but he said some crazy racist shit on his streams too. It's like, whoa, dude, like out of left field and shit. It's like, okay.
There was an Appalachian sewer that I used to follow where he was the most awesome guy, and then he went on a white pride tirade for like 20 minutes. I was like, oh, I liked you so much, bro. Like I really liked you. I know what you're saying. YouTube's crazy. Like I'm on Rumble and there's this one guy I listen to who's a full queuer. Like he's a real one. And I listen to him just to check myself because I have conspiracy theories, but mine are like, you know, like flat earthers are crazy, young earth creationists, like how do you exist? You know, those are my conspiracy theories.
Yeah.
I don't know. I need that shirt. Too many of mine have come true, so I need some new ones. So,
you know, it's the old adage. Like when I was a kid, they'd always threaten you with, "We're going to be living down in a van by the river." Man, I couldn't afford to live in a van by the river.
Down by the
Like I've seen that shit. I've seen the cops come and they freaking raided and towed the van. So I'm good on that.
There's a young lady I watch who got arrested live. She lives in her van and she got arrested live. She was in San Diego of all places. Guys, San Diego is just like a mini LA. Be careful. It's just as hardcore with just more palm trees and better weather.
Oh, a bit. And the closer you get to the border, the harsher it gets too, because you have fucking immigration, you have everybody up your butt.
San Ysidro is a beautiful place. It's a really mixed city, but it's like going back in time. Like there's a hotel on the border that I have seen my entire life going back and forth. That same building is still there in 2023. On like literally on the border. The same McDonald's has been there my whole life. It's a triple decker McDonald's on the border. That place has not changed.
Is this foot not gonna fit?
That's rare to see even a 2-story freaking McDonald's restaurant, but a 3-story, like,
It's
wow.
crazy. Well, if you think about it, like TJ, the drinking age used to be 16, but a couple streams ago, I found out in Mexico the drinking age is 18 now. Which,
Yeah.
when I was a kid, my friends would be like, "Hey, dude, lie to your parents, get in the car. We were dumb kids. Do not take any legal, medical, or if my son's watching, you have a chip in your shoe. You ain't going anywhere." But anyways, we'd go to Mexico.
But that doesn't really matter because they're not even going to ask you for ID anyway, right? Like, I've heard the general rule is if you can see over the fucking counter, they'll serve you. Like,
It's like that in the UK too. If you can
Yeah.
like look them in the eye and man up, they'll give you a beer.
right.
You know. But when I was a kid, it was just nothing but 16-year-olds would go to TJ on the weekends.
Oh, damn it! The foot I want to try the most, I don't think is.
Is it not for the machine or is it a size problem?
It
Your mic is not the same level as the other two.
can't. Oh,
Was the San Diego girl swatted or something?
What was wrong with my mic? I didn't catch that whole thing.
Sometimes sometimes the levels are different.
this is my new singer foot, but I wonder if it's a not as low of a shank, or is this a? Oh, I wanted to try this one because it's so interesting. It's like super. Oh, there we've got some like it's super 2 narrow prongs, but the connector's like, oh, is this a slant shank and I've got a low
Yes.
shank. This
Yeah.
foot doesn't fit on my. Damn it! The foot I wanted to try the most.
It's literally pointing in the opposite direction.
Yeah, it should fit the one. Okay, well then I just need to futz around because it's got like a nice lever to it. Like maybe if I press it.
If you live any closer, I have. If you live any closer, I have a bunch of torches. I could make that thing fit in 10 seconds. It would be on there forever, though.
Right? Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that far. All right, I'll futz around with this.
Okay, so no on the Stanley Cup.
Oh no. Okay, so all right, we've confirmed it. This foot does not fit this machine, and I'm trying to be peer pressured into the sewing machine because I have this fancy foot that I want to use.
Yeah, I think your friends advised you to the negative on that one.
I do not. I agree. I do not need another sewing machine. I do not need another sewing machine.
Me at the thrift store, literally what I'm saying in the mirror, pointing to myself, like shaming myself as I'm like.
Oh, that's so funny. So it's just the foot that I was most excited about is the only fit that is not going to work on this machine. WTF?
Oh, Water Day, you're okay. I criticize all. Do you know there are certain streams that there'll be a certain noise and I'll click off because it's killing me. The ADD in me is like, I can't take this. I cannot take this.
Oh yeah, I wanted to know if something's messed up, if there's anything I can fix. So hopefully
Right,
the
right.
adjustments.
Oh, I'm
I don't know.
glowing. Oh, I'm glowing. This is my summer hue, guys. Take it in. I'm literally glowing.
The glazed donut look. Oh God! Not that I should be saying.
I've been
that.
sunburned for like the last 3 weeks, and like everybody keeps reminding me. They're like, "You're red as hell," and I'm like, "Oh, thank you." Yeah, and I've got like like the sunglass lines and the farmer's tan, so it's great. I love being white. Amazing.
I try to work very hard to maintain my vampirish complexion because I've got a 10-minute burn time. So yeah, no, fuck that shit.
Do you know, if my neighbor heard me speaking to my son and didn't see my son, he would think I'm mentally insane, because I'm like, I'm talking to my son. I'm like, you're not allowed to be pale. You look like a vampire. You have a dark parent. You are like pale. But we hang out inside, you know. And I'm like, I'm like, you need to put on the lower sunscreen. I wear SPF 70 because I'm crazy.
I just don't go outside, but
I don't like.
So I interviewed today to work at a place in the Bay Area with kids who are on the spectrum,
Oh, awesome.
but it's like for kids who are low functioning, so they need more like
assistance.
like daycare type of services. But so.
Dude, that's an admirable profession, because after 25, most services get cut off.
Yeah.
That's like the biggest beef that we have with special needs programs. It's like the kids, they're still kids. At 25, they're still mentally like
I think
15.
our program, she said they take people up to 21, but yeah, I don't think we do older adults. It's like
25 is not an older adult.
It's insurance.
Well,
I know the California state law because I work in the field, and it's like it's the biggest fight we have is because of insurance. For insurance fields, for some reason, when you're 25, you're done. Like they cut you off.
No, that's just, isn't it 20? Well, I thought it was federal that they made it at 26. You got kicked off your parents' insurance, but back in the day, you were 18 when you got kicked off your parents' insurance, and you were like, "Yep, no insurance for me."
Yeah, it's the same fight we have ongoing with, military service and alcohol and tobacco. Is it 18? Is it 21? Is it 17 sometimes? Right. Or you can have, drive a motor vehicle at 16, it's like, okay, you can do that. And, responsibility is like a weird thing, especially in California. We have, kind of pretty incongruent laws. And so I think it has something to do with being state funded up until that point, and then you become a ward of the state after the age of 21 if you have a disability. So
I'm laughing because in my town, they have this weird law where you can legally own a gun, but you can't own bullets.
Right.
California, but you legally can't have that law. Like, so there's like some weird law. Like California has very contradictive laws.
Yeah, they have so because of a court order that I'm currently under, I can't own or possess a firearm, but they can't see that on a background check, so I'm supposed to disclose it. So technically I can just go and buy a firearm and it doesn't matter, but I'm supposed to surrender that firearm to the court. So they can't actually stop me from purchasing a firearm, even though I'm technically prohibited from having one.
As someone who does background checks, the DOJ is not the background check that people think it is. They hear the Department of Justice and they're like, oh, we're getting a DOJ background check. The only thing it does the same check the cops do. If you don't have any outstanding warrants, or if you don't owe anything over like $100,000.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's all they care about. When I was a kid in Germany, Kleiber cider was for 10-year-olds and up. I actually saw this thing about Germans drinking at a soccer game. They had little kids like that. People would freak out in America. 21 to drink is stupid. Same as 21. We've had this conversation. It took me a while to dawn on me that it was 21 across the entire country because I was already old.
It didn't affect me. I didn't pay attention. Not my problem.
But I heard that and I'm like, oh, that stinks, because I started smoking at like 14. No, legal, medical. If you're listening, do not smoke. I see you. To my child, I see you. But I started smoking at a very young age. So, but again, is that a good thing or a bad thing when we were like feral kids back then? Is that a good thing back in the 80s and 90s?
I think it's better than what we got now, so I'm going to go with yes.
I miss those old days. Meet me back behind the school. Everyone's smoking their mom's.
It's not dark out. Don't come home until the lights come on or somebody's bleeding.
I don't know where like even yesterday Isaiah went to the park and like he made a scene and everything, and he told me after, and I'm telling myself like, don't be a hubber dad, just nod and be like, okay, did you live? Okay, good.
Right.
You know,
Right. 'Cause I don't think it necessarily needs to be like, oh, you're getting bullied here. Let me show you how to like give them the good old 1-2. But somewhere in the middle.
do you know what's really funny? They'd always say the water in Mexico was bad for you, but I drank that and never didn't get sick one time. I agree with you because I agree with you, Kilroy. I think the helicopter parenting that's standard now just causes more problems in the long run. I think it's because people don't know how to make decisions for themselves. That's my biggest beef.
Yeah. Oh my God. I heard the story about this young adult who's 21, whose parents wouldn't let them like drive over the state border. I'm like, the kid's an adult. Like, yeah.
That is true. We do have the tools now. My parents used to call it electronic parenting, and I'm like, you guys are just haters because you didn't have cell phones.
But that's creepy too. That Black Mirror where the mom just gets addicted to watching her kid and like censoring out what her life experiences are. That was weird.
Have you ever heard of Life 360? Life 360?
Oh yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
but
We have that one for my son.
I have that app on my son's phone and my mother's phone. You can literally stalk somebody.
Oh,
Yeah.
is this an Apple thing?
It pings. Life 360 is you could put it's an app you could put on any phone, and then you could hide the icon. So I could put it on your phone and hide the icon and then track you for the rest of every time you go
Yeah.
anywhere. It says
Please
Me
no,
and
thank
my
you.
son and my son's mother had that one, and she called me one time. She was like, "You're breaking the speed limit," and I was like, "What? You're calling me, and now I'm using the phone while
Right,
driving,
right.
so that's even worse." So like, get off my ass. Like,
Life 360 is creepy. It's creepy.
Yeah, no thanks. Please don't track me that much. I'm not that interesting.
The reason I really don't check in on it too much is because I feel like I'm spying on my ex-wife.
yeah,
And I paid a lot of money so that we don't live in the same house anymore. There's a reason why
it
her and
was
I don't
funny
live.
because I had it for like 2 years, and like I didn't realize like she was tracking my location and things. I wasn't like into it. Like I could see, okay, my kid went to school, my kid went home, blah blah blah. But it was like, okay, but I didn't realize that she was tracking me like that. And then she sort of, oh yeah, yes, yeah,
I felt real freedom as a kid. So, and I want my son to feel that. Like when we left the house, we didn't have cell phones. We didn't have we left the house for real.
right.
You had to go
I
like
know.
this to call somebody.
I remember going like out in the hills, like off the grid for hours, like, and that's what I like doing now. Like, if I use my phone, I just listen to music or something. But
Damn.
like I don't take calls, I don't do texts. Like all the notifications go off. It's like, oh bye.
That's one cool thing about moving back to my hometown. My son's always shocked. He's like, "How did you know about this trail?" I'm like, "Son, I made this trail," and blah blah. It's the only cool thing. But I agree with you, Kilroy. People do overparent, but it's because we have this real like. Do you think cameras have helped or hurt society?
Hurt.
Because we have the ability to watch every move of every person nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's good in certain situations, but I think people, definitely get addicted to things like that. Just seeing the image of themselves, that's part of the reason I've been like, okay, I don't necessarily need to be on camera all the time just for me, but
I was
that's like,
gonna say, well, this is what we're doing right now.
I've had to give my son the Heimlich 8 times in his life, and 3 of them it was a camera because I was in another room that saved his life because he was like a a heavy eater and he didn't talk until he was 4. And if you ever meet him, I know that's shocking.
Now you're like, can we split the difference?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's like a different situation. No, like having a at least an audio monitor of some kind. If not having cameras, but I mean, it's not like I'm on Snapchat for some weird reason. I'm really not sure why I'm on Snapchat. Actually, I have some good friends on Snapchat, but most of it's just like I'm like, why am I here? And then I see the influencers and the teenage models and stuff like that, because Snapchat will, no matter who you are, they'll target you with that type of content. And I'm just like, whoa, this is like really, really over. This is like TMZ times, reality television. Totally.
It's. I was thinking about starting a Twitch channel, and I went on there last night, and I'm too old to start a Twitch channel. And first off, I'm not wearing catgirl ears. I'm not going to show my nalgas or tuchus. I'm not going to, there's a whole list of stuff I'm not going to do. Twitch was not what I thought it was. Not at all.
Twitch is it's a kind of a weird environment. I've been on there a couple of times. I watch a couple of podcasts regularly that they do both YouTube and Twitch. So I started doing that too, and I was talking about collaborating with one of those creators, but it didn't pan out, or it hasn't panned out yet. But like, okay. But they're moving over there because it's less restrictive as far as copyrighted content. So
don't tell me that, because all my stuff is copyrighted.
No,
yeah,
I think mixed bag. Your best bet is just to Rumble. And what is this new one? Kick.
I'm not hyper enough to start a Twitch. I'm expanding my horizons because YouTube is censoring me. Like, I was up to 300 views. If you look right now, it says I have 90 something views on my last video. I don't know why they hate me.
Yeah,
I take it personal.
Just go to Rumble. Just go to Rumble.
I'm gonna start mirroring. I need to find every time I try to mirror my channel on Rumble, it won't jump over, but I'm going to soon.
Rumble has its rites of passage. If you've not tried to set up your live stream at least 8 times.
I've noticed, like, if I only stream on YouTube, I'll only usually average, like, basically, maybe 30, 40 views or something. But that usually doubles if I multi-stream on any other platform, whether it's Twitch or Facebook or whatever. It's like usually double. So I don't know. I'm not really particular about it. I just go switch it up,
I just feel like YouTube's gonna fall because they're selling out to giant corporations. So I feel like when enough people get together, they're gonna realize that they're pushing out everybody. Like YouTube is literally getting rid of what made it YouTube.
Well, and we talked about this yesterday, that I think they're getting ready for another apocalypse with the new monetization scheme, and them breaking their own terms of service.
Which I don't get. And I would like to thank Waternay, because on my other channel, I have the video of I always feel like somebody's watching me. And if it wasn't for you, I've had that song stuck in my head for like 2 months now. But it's going to be in my next video, and I know that I can actually put it on YouTube. YouTube's crazy. They're crazy. YouTube's ad revenue is actually down. I don't know what's going on with them. They're so restrictive. And people I watch that have millions of subscribers, they're like, they demonetized my channel.
That's been happening in other areas too, because that's been going on for the past 2 weeks. There's this somebody just got their channel demonetized in mid live stream yesterday. Like something fishy is up in the YouTubes. I know Google would match me with YouTube, and I would get swamped.
That's so true.
I just think it's so commercialized. It's just like, everything that I used to hate about, regular cable TV. But there's only a certain number of creators that actually take the time to be like, okay, I'll actually just read the ads myself. And it's like, okay, that's a bit more bearable. Or you can just skip through it because it's embedded in the actual content of the video. you know. But
in a
it's like
funny.
there's
Sorry, go ahead.
that's
Sorry.
that's that's not the most common route that people go. But like Simon Dan does that. A few other people, I don't know.
Right now they're trying to ban ad blockers on YouTube. Wow.
They've been working hard on it.
1984, if anyone's interested. I always feel like that was the golden age of videos too. Of just freaky, weird. Everyone was making abstract videos. Every video was strange. I love that era of music. Yeah, YouTube. I don't know what's up with it, and it's been it's they're coming after me, and I have a feeling they're gonna get rid of my channel. But that's why I have a few backups. I'm ready for them.
Yeah, something funny is happening.
I don't know.
I've backed up every video I've ever made. If they get rid of my channel, I'll pop right back up with my 100-something videos.
Yeah, I've got the alternate channels, but I don't really do anything with them. But like I think StreamYard only backed up so many hours of my recording, so that's been like like the last 3 months of video or 4 months of video haven't been recorded. I don't think.
That's
But
such a
I mean,
racket.
yeah,
I paid their fee, their year fee, which is almost like $4, and I still have the same StreamYards. Like I should be getting like Premier StreamYards. I still get the same thing. I can have 12 people in here yelling at each other. That's about it.
yeah. I mean, you get to remove the logo and better backgrounds or something. But it's not too much more sophisticated. I do the monthly thing, but it's not the premium. It's just the basic. So it's okay. But yeah, I think it's the same thing. Like 12 people you can have in, supposedly unlimited recording time, but then again, you have to back those videos up. Otherwise, so it's not truly unlimited. So
It's so confusing. For a while, videos got really boring. It doesn't take an extravaganza to make an interesting video. Waternade, you know what killed music videos for me was behind the music. I'm one of those people. I don't want to know how the magic trick works. I just want the magic trick to just be a magic trick. Like I'm okay with an optical illusion, Like, but when I started seeing or when Ozzy did his show, I've seen Ozzy quite a few times. I love Ozzy Osbourne. I followed him around the country once. When I saw his,
You doing on tour with Ozzy?
I'm crazy. Freaking. But when I saw his show and saw he was just a deaf old man with ringing ears on more pills than I could ever take in my life, it was weird. It killed the illusion, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I don't think they would get rid of you, just more same old song and dance. I'm sure they don't push your channel, but they didn't suggest this channel to me for like 5 months ago, I think. See, that's what I'm saying. Like they promoted me for a while, then they just dropped me. Literally, like bye, Godless Zoe. Because people were complaining about how much they were getting they would block my channel and my channel would come right back.
no, I get notifications for your streams on all of my platforms. I think
I know
at least 3 out of 5 or something. But yeah,
Same.
I have to go and have dinner. So, but it's been lovely talking to y'all, and
Have fun.
I'll be in the side chat and see you soon.
As always,
Good night, y'all.
I totally have that song stuck in my head. I always feel like I know enough about cinematography to ruin lots of music videos. That's why I like the 80s, simple 80s ones. There's no tricks, just a camera. I love those. But that's why I like those old shows. Like I just posted on my brother Neckbeard a play called Doris and Doreen. It's 2 people in a room talking for an hour and a half. But it's a play, You kind of have to have patience to watch something like that. So, have you ever heard of Waverly?
I feel like I have.
They sell this in stores. They sell this in stores all across America and all fine retail stores. I'm a crazy person who may or may not be on a mailing list. because I need a fabric intervention. But I recently purchased some of this and I got 6 more yards of it because I'm crazy. I love this pattern.
Oh, yes.
I love this stinking. I want to make something out of it. But like Waverly, have you ever heard of that? They have all kinds of weird they sell everything, but Waverly sells fabric.
Okay.
That song is super catchy. Waverly, the fabric brand. Yes. I'm addicted to Waverly. I need an intervention when it comes to that. And they do sell it at Walmart. But what I did is I went online and I was like, oh, I don't want just 2 yards. I want 6. So now I'm on their mailing list and they send me free stuff.
Ugh.
Do you know what it is? Once they figure out that you're going to buy a bunch of stuff, they give you heavy price breaks because they know they're going to get it in the end. It's like Las Vegas.
Yeah.
They give you free stuff because they know you're going to buy a bolt. So they're like, oh, okay, you can have this and have 2 yards of this because we know you're going to end up buying a ton of this one day. Dude, Walmart should sponsor me. I am like the all-American hillbilly sewer. The song that's stuck in my head, I'm a real American, fight for the rights of every man. Oh, Lord. And I proudly stand. I was thinking about making. I don't know what I'm going to make with that though, because we've had the conversation. I've made a million coats. I'm thinking about another pair of shorts because it's hot.
Yeah, I know Loki's been so upset. And they were like doing construction on the house next door, doing something. So he like hid under a bed all night long, all day, not all night, all day. Finally ate breakfast at 4:30 this afternoon, and then went back to hiding under beds. Like,
I made a cool zone for Odin, and she's so smart because she went right underneath it. Where I just like, because my backyard's pretty covered, but it gets 100 something here,
Right.
So I've made a bunch of cool zones for the cat, and the cat's a genius. The cat knows.
Yeah.
And I walked out there, and it like looked at me like it's too hot to be moving around.
Right. Just like, oh.
Odin is black on black. Odin is all black fur, black paws, like.
Oh, yeah. She gets hot.
So I feel sorry for her being outside.
Yeah.
I think I've seen someone making a boned corset with that exact fabric match. Did you get him what?
Did you give him breakfast under the bed?
Oh,
I did. We did set his breakfast next to under the bed, and he still refused to come out. And that cat is not the cat who's like late for supper. So something's bugging him.
I will. You know what? I will model my jeans, Waternay. It's that kind of stream.
I need to take my pants off.
I used to not be able to do this when I had multiple cameras in here, but I can do this.
Now you know which one is pulled up right now. Like there will be no. This is not the OnlyFans stream.
No, for as much trash as I talk, I'm actually kind of a prude. I'm a reformed prude. I still have to fix the back, but
the godless runway. Oh, that's funny. Work.
Now I have that song stuck in my head. Work. No, I'm not completely done with these yet because there are a few improvements, and I'm not wearing shoes.
Well, this is not the only feet stream.
Do you know what's so funny? You say that, but I guarantee you there's a Only Feet site. I guarantee.
No, I've heard about it.
There really is?
I'm pretty sure there really is.
Oh, people. Oh, yeah, human race. Oh, human race.
All right, let's see these pants. Yup. Oh, and with the inside and outside
Oh, yeah.
sleeves done, they got extra swoosh.
Oh yeah, these were super skinny jeans. That's my biggest beef with most jeans. Like, I'm a 38, These were not 38s. These were like, hope you have nice hip jeans. But I really like. I won't turn around too much because there's a giant rip in the back, and I have to fix that.
That's
I'm
what
just
we're-
realizing right now there's a giant rip in the back. But I absolutely love these jeans. But that's the one, oh man, because these are Levi though, they're really soft.
Oh, good.
These are like super soft because Levi started using a semi-stretchy material in the 2014s, 2015s. And I know this. How do you know this, Godless? My compulsive gambling habit, the casino I would go to was next to an outlet mall.
Okay.
And anytime I would win over $400 or $500, I'd go buy a new vest from the Levi store. And so I know way too much, and I'm on their mailing list.
Another mailing list.
They're the ones that are like, hey, I don't care if you don't gamble anymore, but can you come see
Would
us?
Please, we need you to buy something. Buy something.
Oh, these are so comfortable. I forgot how comfortable these were. 5-inch belt extension. Well, you know, life's like a mullet. Party in the front. What is it? Business in the front, party in the
Party
back.
in the back.
Yes, when I see skinny jeans, I'm always thinking my ass is gonna blow out of those. Yes, and nobody wants to see the top of my arse. Like, no one. Like, I don't have the skinny jeans, like the low ride belly. I'm not Britney Spears.
I don't like those low-rise jeans. Give me a nice, well-fitted, high-waisted trousers. But then, I mean, I go from rib cage to waist to hips with like 10-inch differences between and a 1-inch waistline. Like, I don't know.
Exactly. Is anyone else getting an echo? I was getting up on the microphone. Now I just have the "you better work" stuck in my head.
Okay, let's see here.
Oh my gosh. You know what's so funny? Like every week I'm like, oh, I'm breaking up with Paramount Plus. I'm done with Star Trek. I watched an episode of Star Trek this week and it made me cry.
In the good way or the bad way?
Oh no, it's good. Like, have you ever read a book that made you emotional, you know?
Yes. Yeah.
It's the same thing. Like it's a good cry. It's a healthy cry.
Okay, just checking.
Reminds you that you're human, you know?
Because it could have been this episode was so bad. Why am I still paying for it this bad?
You know what's really funny? Picard felt like that. Like I felt like my uncle betrayed me. You better work. Turn to the left. I freaked that song. It's because what's it called? RuPaul is all over Paramount Plus.
Mm.
But I said I wasn't gonna watch that show, and I didn't, and it was one of the best episodes, so I ended up watching it anyways. Right now, they have Drag Race in Mexico, Sweden, Iceland, Australia, Thailand.
Everywhere.
I'm mad because I don't want to pay money on their WoW website. Because basically what they've done is they've privatized Drag Race.
Oh yeah, they completely capitalized on it and we're like, hey, you like this? Yeah.
So like if you live in America, you can only watch the American versions, but if you pay on their site, of course, you can watch all the other drag races, which is a rip.
Yeah.
Because I used to have my Canadian VPN and it would just let me go straight to all the Canadian shows, but Canada is not playing fair anymore.
No, well, and I just saw it. I think the news came out last week or whatever that Google will, in attempt to be compliant with Canada's Bill C-18, Google. You can't get Canadian news sites off Google anymore. Like no news for you, Canada. No local.
It's crazy. That's just absolutely crazy.
Yes.
Whoa, wrong phone. That's good to know that our delay isn't that too much of a delay.
Let's see here. If you thought they weren't gonna make a shitload of money off that show, you were lying to yourself. Yeah, that's
I just didn't realize how hardcore it had become. I had no idea. Like, I got into the show, and then I'm like, oh, they have this show and this show, and you end up watching people who talk about it, and I'm like, oh, I want to see it, but I'm not gonna. No, I don't like you that much.
right.
So I have a question for the chat. I asked this yesterday. My son goes through many phases. Okay, he's into all kinds of stuff. He recently was all into Ron DeSantis. Well, he's over it now. Let me go get the flag.
We're gonna have the unflagging.
What should I do with my son's Ron DeSantis flag?
Just keep it. Just like I think the same way I can't get rid of. I've got a set of the 1990s.
Oh man,
I've got the first. I've got the trading the playing cards. Oh god.
Someone's gonna screenshot this one.
DeSantis 2024. Make America Florida. Oh god. You should have just stayed in Florida, man. Let's see. Oh, figured it out. My phone came back on from where I went for a sandwich. Oh, so you were in a little bit of delay. I get it. Like I told you, the letters from it individually and other projects. Keep it in a box in a dark corner, a very dark corner.
I have I have everything. He has a commie flag that if I flew the commie flag, my neighbors would literally knock on my door and be like, "What's wrong with you? What is wrong with you?"
Nothing.
Put it in a steel box and weld it shut. Maybe chain the.
Oh, we're gonna treat it like it's a vampire now.
Exactly.
Get Grandma's cross. Get some garlic.
Do you know what's funny? When Isaiah was younger, he had a hat that I put a communist patch on because he was all into Marx and Lenin. He was a kid, and people would try to say stuff to him, and I'd be like, "What are you saying?" They'd be like, "Nothing, sir." And I'd give my kid a dirty look. And put one of those cornerstones of time on. Okay. So burn it is the basic consensus of the chat. Kids go through phases, and I think that we shouldn't shame our children for going through phases,
No, they need to, because you don't grow and learn unless you've had experiences.
No, you don't. You have to I'm not endorsing it. I'm not saying it's okay, but I'm a supportive parent, And if it's a really bad idea, I won't let him do it anyways.
Right. You still get veto power.
Well, he came to me and he's like, "I want a Ron DeSantis flag." I was like, "You know what? Okay." And with my insane Amazon habit, it was actually kind of cheap. And they're not even like, I have a bunch of old my dad collected flags. Like these casket flags are cloth. That 76 flag hanging is cloth. It's a quality flag. You know what I'm saying? Like I'll never get rid of it. It's washable. It's reusable. These nylon flags have
trash.
Yeah, they have a shelf life.
Oh my god, why is this so complicated? Even though it's not. I know, right? I agree with Allie. Just leave it alone. It's gonna be a piece of history, like this instruction manual. Just keep it intact and leave it alone.
Yeah, but singer ages well. I don't know if politician memorabilia will.
It does. No, it does. Especially the rare, weird, obscure stuff.
You're right. people, like I said yesterday, people freak out when they see me wearing my Mitt Romney t-shirt. I get stopped in the street. Like people are like, where did you get that? Where did you get that?
Kilroy's got a trumpet. That's what I was gonna say. I've got the Desert Storm playing card deck. All 52 cards. And I just keep it just cause.
I have the random I have the Saddam Hussein deck of cards in here.
Oh.
I tried sewing a side seam on a UV burnt Canadian maple leaf flag, and the fabric just shatters as you sew. Yes.
You want the Desert Storm card deck? I have one. I might know where there's a second one.
All right, let me look at
I'll break it out for you next week so we can like just flip through there. But Waternay, you have news I missed yesterday for the best reason that Squatter is out of the driveway. Awesome. Mom was helping me pack up the last of the stuff to drop off tomorrow. That is great.
Oh, Waternay, I didn't know you had a if your squatter was in the driveway, I have a 25-foot long truck. I'll put that thing in 4 low and I could tow anyone anywhere with or without their permission. Next time you have a problem, I'll do it for free. I consider stuff like that anger management. Oh, squatters. Do you know why? It's because I watch videos. Like, I may or may not know some property owners. And so I watch videos of the proper and improper way of removing squatters.
Right, because you got to follow the rules.
I would be on the video of improper. So
right. On that note,
I have these cards. These, hold on, let me make myself big. These are from the Shock and Awe from the George Bush era.
let's see here. Do you got my deck?
This is all of the all the people in the Iraqi army. But look who's the Ace of Spades.
Okay, I see. I think I've got the partner deck, which is all of, like, I've got the Norman Schwarzkopf and all of the generals.
I'm serious, Waternay. Like, if you ever have another squatters are
right, please just don't ever have another squatter. But
yeah, I'll do it for free. It is traumatizing. But I've had these since the first Shock and Awe. I'm gonna put the Ace of Spades there because that's always the fun one to pull out. I have no idea who any of these people are.
Mystery man.
And most exactly. And because of these guys are all gone. These guys probably don't even exist anymore, or they moved somewhere else, and shaved their mustache, joined another sect or something.
Probably just moved to Venezuela.
Or Venice Beach. Same thing. If you see this guy. But yeah, I mean, I think I have another one somewhere, but this one is actually opened. I have a few that's still wrapped in plastic. But like, I'm weird like that. I buy weird memorabilia like that. I'm like, oh, that's gonna age well.
Right. Yes, that is so we can recognize the baddies.
That is. I can't believe I still have that after all these years, but I've been cleaning out my hoarding and finding all the cool stuff.
Right. You're like, what do we keep and what do we actually is time to get rid of?
I'm in this really weird phase of my life where if it doesn't work, I'm going to chuck it, and I need to stop hoarding trash.
Yes.
Like, it's time to move on. Speaking of which... I'm not one of those people who's like, oh, I hate LA County. I am biased because I love LA County. For everything people complain about, I think it's what makes us better than everybody else. But I've been talking about it for 2 years. I'm still sincerely thinking about moving outside of LA County.
All right. Well,
I can't take the taxes.
You're either going to do it or you're not.
Well, no, I can't take the taxes to kill me.
Yeah.
In the end, it's the taxes. If I lived in Iowa, we would be having this conversation on my ranch. on my own personal, you know what I'm saying? Like, or if I lived in Ohio or something, like it's just, and even with inflated prices right now, it's still, I'm still paying double than what the average person is paying.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking about how difficult it would be to move my sewing machines. I'd have to sell them off first. I'm a greedy pirate. I would get an 18-wheeler. That's another thing. Like I would have to move in phases
Right.
and have someone there as all my stuff arrived.
Right.
I don't know. It's one of those things because it's just time. It's just time. I moved back to my hometown because I wanted my son to have that same Mayberry experience that I had, and it's not necessarily panning out.
Yeah.
And I don't blame society. I don't blame the world. I don't point the finger to anybody. Like every major city is going downhill.
Yes. Yes, they are.
And I agree with you, Waternay. That's the biggest beef. But I am totally like Shaun of the Dead, where I will just mind my own business. But I think about that as well. I was gonna move before. The only reason I didn't move, I was gonna move when Trump won. But then people in every state started talking trash, and I was like, I shouldn't move there. I shouldn't move there.
Well, the way everybody's moving out of California, it might be all right if you just like stay and just like wait it out.
I was thinking about moving out to the middle of nowhere. Mayberry was a small town. If you want Mayberry, you aren't going to get it in a city. I live in a suburb outside of the city, and it's just... It's Methylvania where I live.
Oh,
it is
God.
Methylvania. But you know what? We're not here to commiserate.
Right? We're here to sew.
And today is also... Let's see. Hold on. Let me go to my notes. Back to my notes. Today is... International Drop a Rock Day.
Okay.
National...
Drop a rock of what?
It's so funny you would say that. This thing is so heavy. If I drop this baby, hold on, I would break my computer.
Oh God! Ooh, that's not a rock. That's a crystal.
This thing is old. This is the oldest thing in my whole neighborhood, and I know that for a fact. My grandma used to keep geos as doorstops.
It works. And then if push comes to shove, you're like, get out. You're like, she's doing double duty.
Yeah, don't break in my house. Let the man kvetch. See, I know that word.
I'll let him. He can kvetch all he wants.
More mosquitoes in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
Coyotes, bears. I told you my moose story. That moose was like, this guy's from California. I won't trample him.
Oh well, there's one of the ways to get to the coast. You have to go through the elk park. Oh my God, so many elk.
Thank you. I have all kinds of funny geodes and crystals in this house. My grandparents traveled around the world, and my grandma would use like rare things as doorstops. Like, Grandma, that's a geode. Like, you should not be using that as a doorstop.
Why not use it as a doorstop? Who cares? It does the job done, and it's a weapon if needed. Like I already said, she was smart.
I watched Crossing Delancey the other day. Got lots of words. What's that?
I don't know.
There's a place called Delancey Street in LA that it's like a halfway house. There was a Denny's right by it. I used to go all the time. There was this one night where my ex-girlfriend and I, we heard all this yelling, and we're standing in the parking lot and we're talking to each other. I'm smoking a cigarette. This was 23 years ago. I'm smoking a cigarette, and like, I turn and look at her. I'm like, I wonder what that is. This 6-something man was like, oh, we're breaking in new guys. He was literally standing behind us the whole time because the parking lot was semi-connected. I was like, oh, thanks. We both got in the car and left.
Thanks, but no thanks.
So when I think of Delancey Street, there's a really weird halfway house in LA like that. It's the scariest place on earth. I don't know how these places can be legally like how and they get government funding to house people after they go to jail, you know.
Right.
Excuse me.
I
Is that-
don't get it.
Is that Eat a Bear Day? National Eat. Okay, we'll go back to that one. National Stay Out of the Sun Day, and today is National Plastic Bag Free Day. I think what they were saying is use a reusable bag, not like plastic
Get
bags
you
are
to get rid of every single-use plastic thing, but then go to the grocery store where everything is covered in single-use plastic.
Oh.
Oh, a charming movie about a New York bookstore lady whose Booba hires a yenta for her. She's not impressed by the pickle man candidate from the 1980s, Army Irving and Peter Reichert. Interesting.
Ooh. I need to get some material to patch my pants. I'm gonna stay with the poppy seed
Yeah.
material. I got these pants super cheap because of this. As we can all see.
Yes.
That's why I didn't completely turn around, because nobody wants to see my plaid boxers.
No. No, we don't.
It's the same print that everyone goes to Walmart and gets. It's not even a mystery.
This is generic boxer plaid.
It's literally like, and nothing fancy about it. Today in National Component Your Mirror Day and National
Compliment.
Compliment your mirror. Oh, yes, and it is National Eat Your Beans Day. I couldn't read my own
so
writing.
Tomorrow's Tutti Frutti Day.
I literally could not eat my own writing.
No, it's because you need to put your freaking glasses on.
We all should say, oh, whoops. I don't use a single new bag. I didn't use it. Only one recycle. Oh, wow. Do you know I have aspirations of being like that? I keep bags in my car and just take them wherever I go and never bring them in the store.
Oh, we always bring them in, but we get charged. Don't you get charged money? The shaming of having to pay money for a bag.
Certain stores do, and certain stores are rebels and they give them to you for free. It's a toss up. But Walmart does not. They do not give you anything for free. Thank you for lying to me about being sexy. I hate you know what it is? It's because I officially look like every person in my family when I put my glasses on.
You say that every time, so just get over it. Like, it's okay. You have a family. You look like
it's so crazy. It's like HD though. When I put my glasses on, the world comes back.
Oh, I'm sorry, my lighting is super shitty.
Do you know, I knew somebody who probably lost their hearing in their late 50s, 60s, and didn't get hearing aids until their 70s, and admitted that he just wanted to. He loved ignoring everybody.
Oh, that is a good idea. One of those granny wheelie carts. Those are the fancy ones.
We call those carretas. Carretas are life-changing. I have one. Like, those granny carts are the best. And you know what's funny? It's not even anything cultural. Like, I got that saying from living in LA. Like, when I lived in the heart of Los Angeles, people would always be like, oh, I need my carreta. And I asked the stupid question one day, what is it? It's a cart. It's literally a cart.
Right? It's in the name. What?
You know, it's really funny. If people saw me driving, they wouldn't recognize me because I'm wearing my glasses.
So maybe that one cop will stop trying to pull you over.
Well, after they read my license, they'll give me a hard time. Like, bro, you're supposed to be wearing your glasses. Like, put your glasses on. I have got that from a few cops. Without the glasses, does it look like you're seeing from it? Yes, it does look like from the 1970s Sony. Do you know what's really funny? I never realized the difference until I started watching all my VHSs during COVID. There's a big difference between a DVD, a VHS, Blu-ray. Like, I have a ton of Star Trek on VHS. Some of that stuff is yellow and grainy. Oh, they're the best. Those carts are absolutely the best. How's it going, dude? Did you pass
Yes,
out?
Babshka cart. Hey, hands.
Yeah,
Oh.
you look like you fought a war. Do you want to make a phone call? Why don't you take it in the other room, okay?
Oh, no, I'm not even good about phone and conversation because my own phone is popping off.
Hit the Marquette button. But I don't. The whole world doesn't want to hear that Marquette is the awesome stepdad bringing you back the core that you forgot.
Oh, so are they like on speaking terms again?
Yes, I purposely hooked my ex-wife up with her husband. I went out of my way to do Lady and the Tramp, O Solo Mio. I was like, oh no, you two are functioning together. You shall stay together. Oh no. Oh no. I lied to both of them and I was like, they want to meet up. I was like, oh, come meet me over here. I told the other one, hey, come meet me over here. And they met each other. Like, oh no, thou shalt not pick up on my watch. Figure it out. I've got hundreds of homemade VCR tapes. I love my VHS tapes. I absolutely love all my tapes. Oh no. Now he gets his one free.
It's irrelevant.
Well, he obsessively called people, so we took his phone back. Because he like phone etiquette is like you got to teach people phone etiquette.
Yeah.
They banned single-use bags here, and most people just use the reusable plastic bags, like single-use bags. Reusable bags have resulted in at least 10 times as much plastic in the environment. I always jokingly say that I can make a parachute with all of the plastic bags that I have. And then I got called bougie. Someone called me rich because I use my Walmart bags as trash bags. They were like, "Oh, you must be rich." I'm like, "No, I'm just reusing the bag."
Right. I was too cheap to buy other garbage.
Exactly.
Yeah, Baba, Booby, yeah. There's no rednecks in crossing Delancey.
Did you stay up all night or what?
Oh,
It's summer party, man. Enjoy your life. Sorry, I'm the motivational like summer guy because during the school year I am the biggest like you need to go to bed at a certain time, you need to eat breakfast at 7 a.m. We need to be up and do this and this. Like I'm no joke during the school year. So during the summer I'm like live your life. I just realized I said Bubba earlier instead of booby.
Bubby.
Bubby. There were no rednecks in. Wow. I still have a lot of my old vinyl. I have a ton of Bobby Brown, the Jets. That was my era. That was like my era. I like the reusable bags just because you can fit a ton more in them. Don't have to make a million trips. I have a bunch of canvas bags like that. Like whoever made them, they were actually thinking because they're deep. And the dad's got to do what a dad's got to do.
Yeah.
During the summer, I'm less of a stickler because I think you should be able to like go outside, go find a frog, go make a new friend with the neighbor kid.
Right. If you're not bleeding and not starving, just go outside. As I'm like sitting inside in front of my sewing machine.
And Odin's used to all of us. Like, there's no excuse. We have a backyard. We have a side yard. We have another side yard. Like, you can't even like say you don't want to go in the front.
Right.
Nothing beats vinyl. Vinyl does. That's a debate people always have. Like, I'm biased, but because I grew up on vinyl. But do you think it really sounds better? Oh,
I don't know because I listened to very little like proper vinyl records, so I'm not the right person to answer that question.
I was more of like the Slick Rick, Bobby Brown, Slayer, like from 88, 89 on. Like, I was obsessed with music.
Right.
But I was in that, like, that's like, I think I told the story. They were playing Madonna, her first, because we're living in the material. And I looked around, everybody rocking out was over 40. because we all remembered when it came out. Oh wow, Alibaba. 1948 records. Wow. People here have always used old shopping bags as trash bags, and now they either use reusable bags or buy garbage bags. Can you walk into a store with a garbage bag, though? If you did that, they'd think you were stealing something here where I live. Because that Bandcamp, that's like LA is becoming very famous for the smash and grabs.
Right.
And so
the whole state of California, like forget just everywhere. It's just like, hey, 5-finger discount all around because we want equity and not equality. I don't even know. It's
Do you know what's really funny? Like when I worked at Robinson's May, they had some linebackers as loss prevention. You would not have been able to pull that back in my day. They had some beasts at the door, and they searched everybody.
right.
The sound of vinyl is all there. Digital is missing more noise. I agree with you. You know what? I guess I literally would listen to like vinyl with headphones as a kid. Like I still have Andrew Dice Clay on vinyl. Vinyl and digital both have pros and cons. Depends on the experience you want. True. I rock out. Like I love Led Zeppelin. To me, it's an experience. I'll put it on all my speakers and sit on the floor and just rock out. Like there's certain music that's like more of an experience. Like Ziggy Stardust, if you listen to that from the beginning to the end, it's an amazing album. Oh, whoops. I have the sun. Oh, wow. I'm trying to think. I think I have like the Oak Ridge Boys, but I have all that stuff on tape. I have a lot of tapes. I have many records sealed, classic music, never listened to, just a collector, maybe. Wow. I do that like with the comic books I have. I always have 2 copies. One's a reader and the other one you sell ruthlessly. Distortion and overdrive do not conform to digitized sound engineering. I don't know. I listened to this guy who's considered a prophet by today's standards, but he just really guessed a bunch of stuff in the 90s. And he would go off about the difference between CDs and vinyl. And I guess because I was there too, but I kind of just went into CDs.
Right, because I think like records were a little out of fashion. It was like cassette tapes and CDs. So there was this like period where like I remember getting like a Bon Jovi album from the guitar store where and that was a big fancy deal. But my parents didn't use their record player that much, so we just, I don't know, they had some great records, but they just didn't listen to it.
Because
Sorry, I've been distracted. My human was like, you need to move your screen so that you can show the sewing machine. And then my auntie is like, just super excited that I opened the presser feed. I can't believe, oh my God. Because I know that I think I got a very expensive gift today.
That's so awesome. I'm so jealous, Mo. And I want to know what kind of 80s punk do you have? No, I have not. I do need another habit to sink a bunch of needless money into because I'm not going to go back to gambling. I'm not going to go back.
We just talked you out of an $80 cup. Stop this.
No, I'm stubborn up. I'm not going to buy the Stanley Cup. I'm not.
Good.
Unless I win it. Unless I join the National Hockey League and win the Stanley Cup. Right. I will not be buying one. Oh, whoops. Crystal clear sounds, but lacking. Oh, okay. More love, the old. Yep. I'm the same way. And metal, too. I'm literally saying it as I'm reading it. I absolutely love the old metal. But I grew up with people that were so much older than me. I appreciate that. Was a great gift.
I know. I was like my grandma's and her sisters, maybe. Like, it's family stuff that was sitting in a drawer, not being loved. And now I've got a singer that I can use them on.
I have a love for a band called No Effects, and I could sing almost every single one of their songs. Alibaba, they're a California band, and I'm surprised when people know who they are. Okay, because I grew up around an engineer, Kilroy, I agree with you. Like, it's loud enough, guy. Like, I agree with you, Kilroy. High-end audio people are insane.
Yeah, that's not me. I mean, I played in the orchestra on the radio, but I wasn't doing the sound.
Do people still have bumps in Oregon? Like, their cars are shaking with the speakers, like in the 90s?
Not where I live, but I live like in the sticks. I know it. I I couldn't wait till next week. I don't think so. Maybe next week we're gonna have to go through and try out all these overlockers and these cams because, like, did I really score like the $100 box, or do I have just the $40 condition? But I've got the manual. I don't know. The money of their cost is not really that they were my grandma's. Is the
Hey, Dove, how's it
hey,
going? I know we started talking about punk, and then all the aficionados started showing up. That was my era back in the day. That was like, especially like the thrashy late 80s,
yeah.
early
Let's
90s.
see here. What's next in the comments? Have you noticed anything? Have you noticed that everything is $100 nowadays? You can get to make a purchase, and somehow it's always 100. It used to be 40, right?
That's me anytime I go to Walmart. Well, I don't go to Target at all because Target has too much politics in all directions, and I don't go to Starbucks for that very reason as well. I haven't gone to Starbucks in 4 or 5 years. And if anyone lives near me, you want a bunch of cards, my mom gives me a bunch of Starbucks and Vons cards. I'll hook you up for free.
Ooh, I use 1,000 watt guitar speakers and that system that can pump them. Oh, I did get $100 box. It's ugh. But
Oh,
then my
God,
grandma,
ironically elitist. It did. Mo, that's a punk song right there. Target sucks. That's a punk song. Oh, whoops. Isn't all punk anti. I don't do Starbucks because I don't need corn syrup with the side.
no,
Okay,
coffee should be black and plain, please. Thanks.
this is actually 1,000% true. I worked at a Starbucks. All their all that spice cha latte, whatever it is, it's just fancy corn syrup.
Yeah.
All of it has corn syrup in it. Every single one. Hey, Sydney. Okay, so I may not go there, but I still drink. I buy it at the store, and we were at the dollar store recently, and Isaiah bought a bunch of those like frappuccinos in the bottle.
Oh, yes.
He drank half, and he's like, "Oh, there's too much caffeine." I drank 4 of them, and I was like shaking. I'm like, "Oh, there's not enough caffeine in these."
Right, there's too much sugar. There's not enough caffeine.
Literally, that's what it is. It's an adult milkshake.
Yes.
I did get offended though. I did. I can't remember what I was gonna say now. The manual is good and the box is excellent condition. It's a nice set. A sensible shopper can find them for not $100, but it's a hunt. Everything seems to be $100 now.
Right. I'm not going to sell them. I want to actually use them. I'm super excited because I love the notion that the foot that moves to get the stitches. Because it's just a straight stitch machine.
Sorry. Mo, I worked for Carl's Jr. 23 years ago. And then I worked for Carl's Jr. for almost 4 or 5 years. And I started off as the maintenance guy as well. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Punk's not dead. It's just not Punk's not dead. No, it's not. Damn right, Dove. Don't let it die. I like black tea lemonade sweetened with. I got addicted to Starbucks tea.
Well, I need to. It looks like I need to pay attention to the thing and oil my stuff before I use it, so I should
Oh,
take it
that's
apart and give it a
awesome.
good. I can't believe it's got an oiling diagram. No, you're not my human. I don't know who you are. Get out of here, you punk.
The box with no corner blown out, and the manual is 120 in some areas. I wonder how much I'd get for my instruction manual from 1912.
I do have all the corners in the manuals. And then I didn't even know they had an extra 4-cam.
Oh, that's awesome!
I have the extra. I've got the thing
Hold on, I want to
and
make this
the
big.
extra
I
bit.
want to see that again. That's
Oh.
awesome.
Yeah, so it's got.
Whoa.
I have the 3 cams it comes with plus 4 additional ones.
So to quote Fred Sanford, cams are a lot more important than you think they are. He makes a ton of money off of just selling cams.
Yeah,
Especially to singers.
this needs a good dusting. Yeah, I can't hook this up tonight. We need a dusting and some lubrication according to the manual, which I'm gonna have to look up online because if I hold that too much, it's literally gonna like split in half because it's been folded for 50 years.
Waternay, would you consider yourself like a patient shopper? I'm not patient. I'm compulsive, and I literally see something and come back the next day because I browbeat myself all night over it. Like both mini sewing machines I've purchased lately.
There are more boxes of cams too. Oh, Ellie, you send me on goose chases, and sometimes I don't believe that these unicorns exist. There's a blue set, a white set, and a yellow. However, one of them is the same as the red. All right. All these colored cam sets. I know could you 3D print them? Maybe that's how I'm going to get this presser foot. I'm either going to get it machined or 3D printed this welting foot for my white rotary cheapers.
Oh, my son, he's such a suburbanite. He was like, well, if you can't give me the truck for my birthday, I want a credit card and a 3D printer.
Oh man. Oh, my Angie's got the buttonhole set and she's keeping that. Oh man.
I wonder if that would work if you made your own cams though. Would that work?
Right, could you print them?
I shop like I'm in the Marines. I get in and get out as fast as I can.
Right.
Okay, so I man shop sometimes. Like if I'm at Marshall's, I'll go by myself because I'm gonna go through every aisle. I'm gonna go because I'm looking for that $2 T-shirt or that $5 pair of shoes. But if I'm at the grocery stores, I man shop. Like I know what I want. I know what my son eats.
It is, yes, finding a bargain is like hunting.
It is. Dove, you are always invited here in the Godless Sewing channel. Just because I like your avatar.
Right, that's Freya Fruifers in a box. She's bombed the live streams before.
We're
Everybody's
cat friendly. We're cat friendly here. Depends on which cams you're talking about. Some have files for 3D printing. Oh, good to know. He wants a 3D printer, and part of me is like, well, but like,
Okay.
I wouldn't know where to begin to purchase a 3D printer. I wouldn't even know where to begin. And like, doesn't technology just keep getting better and better? In this room, I own every inception of a camera you could possibly think of, and some are obsolete from just 5 years ago.
Okay, this is going to be like my Christmas holiday present to myself. It'll be 6 months in December. I'm going to keep looking for this. It better not cost me the down payment of a car, but
I think about that all the time.
Maybe. I want it so bad.
That's another thing. Like that's what stops me from buying like that overpriced Juki I want.
Yeah.
Maybe I should do that instead of obsessing over an $80 cup. I should obsess over a $10,000 sewing machine. But if you have a $10,000 sewing machine, you're making jackets. You're working for Columbia, or you're like, you know what I'm saying?
You're making bags, right? You're making bags. You're doing something. You're selling a good. You don't.
It's not just some shrub making Klingon flags in his garage.
No.
I don't know. I waffle back and forth, and I'm so glad that Alibaba talked me out of the sale, right? Because those ads get me, and I watch their infomercials. I'm like, ooh. I watch singers infomercials. They make those crappy machines look awesome. And if you paid me enough, I'd go up there and lie. Sorry, Phoenix, go ahead.
Right? I'm like, you can still sponsor us. We'll do ad reads for Singer and Schmetz.
Oh, just let me know, Commander. I'll throw the link back in the chat. Godless Electro Printing Ventures LLC. That's what I'm saying. Like, I keep on telling my son, like, hey, like, you see all this fancy stuff, but like, it's for a reason. If we buy a 3D printer, like, we're going into business. Halves.
Yeah.
We're gonna start making masks or something. You could wait and find a business for sale and get all the machines.
Yes. Ooh. Oh, don't tease me.
You know what's really sad? It makes me want to cry. There are dry cleaners that my mom has known. She's known them longer than she's known me, and she's not going anymore because they're in their 90s and they keep on messing up the order.
Oh.
So I think they're gonna be. It makes me want to cry. I've known them my whole life. They've been in the same building for over 40 something years, and like they're losing business because they're in their 90s and their family isn't coming to help because they're there by themselves.
And right, that's such a specialty skill. Like, you're like, oh, I don't want to do that. Run the family business.
But would I be crazy if I bought a dry cleaning store?
Add those. If you do enough pressing to get that stupid flat presser ironing thing.
Well, no, I would look at it as like, I would look at it as like buying. Well, I would like hire people to work there. You know. Right. I don't know. I makes me want to cry. The whole thing makes me want to cry. Like, I don't want to get old.
Here, and I didn't even know these were going to come to me. I'm happy with this set of the cams I have. Like, this welting cording foot for my white, that I'm on a hunt for, but more cams. If I get some, awesome. If not, it'll be okay.
I have a box of touch and swear cams around here somewhere. And still to this day, I think I bought that with another sewing machine, and because it said Singer on top, someone thought it went with that machine, and it did not.
Yeah, that's how somebody teased me with this presser foot, that I'm like, oh, this kind of looks like what I'm looking for, but it's for the wrong machine.
You're right, Kilroy. There are fewer and fewer, and that's the problem. And I think that's the problem. And in my town, we have this really weird loyalty towards each other. So small businesses, we go to each other over and over and over again, you know?
As you should.
But even like my mom, like recently, she was like, I feel like I'm cheating on these guys.
Right.
Because she went somewhere else, you know?
Oh my God, these boxes are so nice. Am I going to have to take my pieces out into a different thing to use them so I don't human handle the boxes all the time?
Oh, cording. That's a dirty word around here.
Top cording is most common. Okay. It's an easy fix. Just get a new machine. No. I told myself that I wasn't going to. No. I just got that Eldridge that's in the bad kid corner because I need to fix the electrics, which I'm terrified to do. And then I got this freebie. I'm good, and I've got machines that need some love in the we're not friends corner right now. So I'm good on machines.
That's how it starts. And then they start showing up like those creepy dolls that stare at you and follow you with the eyes. They just start showing up. That's what happened to me. Every time I turn around, there's a sewing machine. I go in my middle bedroom and I'll see those things.
This girl, she got swabbed and probed going through the airport. This girl caught because she's got some stuff in the bottom of her. This Red Riding Hood caused me some issues going through the airport.
Making sure that you weren't a mule.
Seriously, or that they were explosives. I don't even know.
I watched this one show. It's in Spanish, but they bust people in Central America at airports. It's the most interesting show because it's people like school teachers. They bust like normal people, but they get lured by the amount of money that they get. You know.
Right. Yeah. Have you ever seen a 401 Oh, why am I taking a picture of this sewing machine? No, I haven't. Am I gonna go
401.
look this up later? Maybe.
Yeah, I have a 401A. I could literally go grab one of those right now.
Well, I got a foot for you.
Matter of fact, the 401A, I quote me if I'm wrong, but I think the 401A was the first slant machine, wasn't it? At least that's what it says on the box. They could be lying their tails off. Because my 401A came with all the original parts. I still have the box. It's my one like real museum piece. Oh yeah. I walked right up to it and grabbed it. Like
You're like, you come to Papa.
They've learned, they've learned to spot me. Like they'll put certain, like at certain thrift stores, I walk straight to the electronics counter. I say hi and I'm going straight for business.
I know some of those chain stitch ones they look so pretty, but if your stitch comes out, you've lost all your stitches. I don't know.
Oh, the 401 was first. Oh, that's so funny. At least Singer was. Because sometimes I feel like they over embellish. But let's be real. Like I'm a sewing machine archaeologist, and all I see are Singer sewing machines everywhere. You know, at least where I live.
I think that's true in a lot of places because of the way you could pay monthly and didn't have to pony up $160 local money at the time. That's
true. I love those old commercials. They're like, come down to the Singer Center. We'll get you a plan right now. Like all those announcers talk like, I love those old commercials.
Yeah.
Yes, you do, Waternay. You do. That is literally on my list. You do have that machine. That is like oh wow. That machine is on my holy grail list for sure.
No.
You know what's really
not
funny?
threaded. Sorry.
No, I'm just laughing at myself because I walked past one. It was so trashed, not even I could do anything about it. It was just the case. It was missing a few pieces. I got really excited, but someone gutted it. And I'm still kind of mad that I didn't buy it. To this day, I'm still kind of like, I should have bought it anyways. 431 is the free arm with the chain stitch capacity. I was thinking about Kilroy. I was thinking about going full MacGyver and just living in a warehouse. My son would love it because he could do his weird experiments, and we'd have great Wi-Fi because I got all kinds of connectors. But I want to go full I think it was season 6 MacGyver, where he lived in a warehouse in Venice. But you have to be a millionaire to live in a warehouse in Venice Beach now. Like a real life millionaire. Absolutely, Waternay, you were. And many additional. Oh, that's funny. I stopped myself. There's a even the other day I went to the store and didn't buy a sewing machine. Oh, that reminds me. I have a Virgin vest.
Okay. This is like the Vespa Virgins Festival. Not the Vespa.
I completely forgot about the smell of crud in this room.
It's so naked.
This is the before. I just haven't figured out what I'm necessarily going to put on this one. And I forget that I put my tiger patch on my shirt for a giant.
Right. Let's see here. The trouble with more than one person in a warehouse is the lack of privacy walls. Well, you can always I think there's enough sewing machines that he could just like put them on shelves and like create walls. This is just the open concept version.
Well, I was thinking about renting out an entire office space, like an entire building.
Yeah.
And so I would be the only one with the keys. I need somewhere where I can smoke inside though, because I am a crazy old man. Oh, I wish that. You know who has traumatized me the most is Fred Sanford's sewing machine. Like, I consider that an intervention. I love his channel, but when I watch his channel, I'm like, okay, sewing, do not repeat.
Okay, what's this real channel's name so I can look this up? Because I've only.
It's Fred Sanford sewing machine.
Oh, that's the real name. That's so funny.
Will I get a copyright strike if I show his channel on YouTube?
I don't think so.
If I show another let's see.
No, because people snipe channels all the time.
It is so weird. And yes, I'm left-handed.
As I'm like looking up stuff, trying to engage. There's even a spiral graph that you can sew doubles design. What? There's even a sort of a spirograph that you can sew designed spirals on stuff. And the alphabet attachment also. Interesting. Fred Sanford. Let's see here. You could ventilate through the ceiling. Yes. Fred Sanford is in a warehouse. You were just talking about such a living arrangement. Yike club. He has rows upon rows of machines. Fred Sanford sewing machines needs to have the National Guard haul his stuff away. I don't even think professional movers would touch that collection.
When I watch his videos, I'm like, I need to watch this. I need to watch this because this is like an intervention. Like I've learned so much though from him. I have learned so much. He's one of those people that would shock you with his knowledge. Here, I'm gonna do a weird plug to a man's channel that he'll never know. But I love this man's channel. Can you see it?
Yes. Fred
I
Sanford
absolutely
parts. Sweet.
He I just want to show. Can I show like 10 seconds of this or what?
Yeah, why not?
Name's Tony. So
Look at that.
Your name's Tony, and you want a line strip that was.
Look at this. Look at this. This is like.
You don't see.
I would have an
black
anxiety
that comes
attack.
off, and they usually come in colors. I might as well show this one.
Look at that.
Demarcus. Some toy machines.
Oh my gosh.
These are all treadles underneath the plastic.
Oh.
Oh, see, the machines are great, but this is the kind of camera angling shooting that like makes me want to vomit.
I don't even know what that was. I don't even know what that woo came from. I'm jealous and use it as an intervention in the same breath. I want that double embroidery attachment.
$1,500. Yeah, that's like the penguin walking foot.
Fred Sanford has a room just for attachments. That's what I'm saying.
All organized. Oh my god.
And
He has my foot. He has the foot I'm looking for.
I learned so much. Just from that one video we were watching, he goes in this other room and he just starts pulling out feet and he's like, I have this, this goes to this machine, this, I have all these Elna, like, I did a little Kilroy. Fred Sanford's, you would run up and down the aisles. Like I would, like a little kid, I would be sitting cross-legged on the floor with an extension behind me, just going from every machine to machine. Like literally just turning on every machine like a little kid. Actually, it might not be a bad idea to reach out to him for that foot.
That's right.
He's the kind of guy he's the kind of guy I would put in my will. Be like, I don't know you, but if I pass, like, I want to give you half my stuff because I know you'll.
No, I think I would want the reverse. I'm like, you don't know me, but if you need to get rid of half your sewing machines, I know it's.
He has an unreal amount of stuff. I actually like. I love his channel. There's no hatred here in the Godless Sewing channel. I love that man's channel. I consider it scared straight, actually. That's like real life intervention.
Yes.
Let me get my Let me get my drape pictures and the English cow from the thumbnail that caused controversy. I typed in famous rectangles into Google and a cow popped up.
Oh gosh. Oh, okay. Sorry. When the fabric goes down the floor between the wall and it touches your foot and it scares you. Does anybody else have that problem? You're like, what's touching me? And I'm like, oh, that's my sleeve.
All right, let's see. I can actually see. Oh man, I need to drink more water. Okay, so those are my overcomplicated rectangles.
Right.
But my drapes came out awesome. I'm actually really
turn out cute.
Let's do the back. And for anyone wondering, this sign, can you see my mouse?
Yes.
That says "Mi casa no es tu casa."
This is my house, not your house.
Yes. Because most of them say, "Oh, this house is your house." Mine says
Right.
no. Mine says,
Right,
"Oh
no.
no."
We don't play that way around here.
No.
You get out. Your name's not on the mortgage. You're not a dependent. You outie.
You can get those in Alvaro Street in downtown Los Angeles. That's a non-sponsored spot. And I typed in famous rectangles last night, and this popped up. I'm still tripped out, but apparently there are extremely famous paintings in England of rectangular cows.
That kind of reminds me of that. What is it? That like Belgian breed that's like super muscly. They look like the cow version of like bodybuilders.
It's the 4th of July. I sat here for 45 minutes reading about English painters last night. All I needed to do was make a thumbnail. Took me an extra hour.
Because you had some education to happen at the same time.
Well, I inherited a lot of my grandmother's paintings, and I appraised them and realized they were worth a good amount of money each one. So I appreciate art now. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. I did it because I reupholstered a bunch of chairs in that room with that fabric. So I'm just literally matching the drapes.
Right, because the drapes got to match the cushions.
The expression of that cow's face is hilarious. Pretty sure he's judging us. Yes. The cow is judging all of us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Over.
It was like, and then I had that moment of like, wow, I will not get that hour back ever. I just sat here and watched this freaking documentary on rectangular cows. But that's the rabbit hole that that I go through all the time. Stanley Cup drapes, killer. Oh my gosh. Okay, I went off about YouTube. I need to stop writing down my old man rants of just me screaming at the clouds in the end, like. And I've come to the conclusion that I need to stop watching the news. I'm just gonna officially bury my head in the sand. I started watching like Alabama news. They're just as bad as us, just in a different way, you know.
Right. It's just a little bit harder to understand what they're talking about because that's not our dialect. But yeah,
I can't remember the name, but there was a cop who let a man out of jail last year, and they were like missing. They went on a high-speed chase. It was like national news for a week or two. I subscribed to an Alabama news station, and I'm still subscribed to them. And so I watch them from time to time, and like it trips me out. Alabama's just as crazy.
Yep. Oh, this is definitely not the puffy sleeve. This is like we're going to be puffy at the bottom, but super tight up at the biceps. But, you know,
hey, kids.
My arm because of the gussets, so it'll be
That's
fun.
like sewing 101.
I probably should have cut that piece out earlier, but I made a fabric. I made a dress, a skirt, shirt with long sleeves.
Hey, Skit.
Hey, Skits.
I'm dying over here.
Oh, let's hear what someone found out. They had an antique bobbin lace piece that they should insure for $15,000.
What?
They needed a moment after hearing that. Yes. Let's see. You can do what I did and switch to just reading the news versus watching it. Reading creates a bit more distance. True. Oh, thank you.
Yay. Hi, Skits.
No,
I think
the
that's what it
sleeve's not
is.
upside down. It's got an underarm gusset, so
I do the same thing. I try on everything. I try to, in mid sewing, I'm like trying stuff on with pins on it and everything.
I know that's what my grandma used to like pin everything just to baste it, because then you can get a fit check without stabbing yourself with pins. But
That's my new hobby, is stabbing myself with pins.
oh, we'll work with what we got. It's gonna be.
I feel like I'm getting sloppy as I'm older, because like I'll miss a pin and I'm like, oh, I just stabbed my hand. I used to be so good, like so dead to rights for that. Oh, it's all love here at the Godless Sewing Channel.
Aww.
So was it Hades hot in Northern California where you live? And yes,
I know. Hopefully, it wasn't 112 again today. Jesus, it's not that hot here, but it's still hot.
you can put an insert at the top of the sleeve to give it more volume too.
That is true. I can always slit it open and make some more space. Only 102, so a whole
You were
10
hotter
degrees
than-
cooler than yesterday.
You're literally hotter than us. That's crazy.
Right.
You know what? When my town started passing like Vegas and Phoenix, I was like, oh man, the earth has turned on its axis. Like,
Yeah.
it's so hot here. But where can we all move? Like, there's no fair weather city, because most of the year it's 75 degrees here, so I can't gripe.
Right. Yeah, I don't think there is. Yeah.
No, it was decent today. Yesterday it was hot. Today it was decent. Skits lives in Northern California. 67 degrees, 100%.
100% humidity. That's where the kicker comes into that statement, because the temperature on its face value.
I would be glowing. I would be like sticking to the furniture. Like,
I'm sticking to I'm gonna have to recover this chair, because I'm sticking to this old vinyl leather
That time
stuff.
of year.
Midnight.
Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 74 degrees Fahrenheit.
I can feel the temperature dropping here. That reminds. Around here I have to check my AC. I have to check things so they're not living in it.
Yeah.
It's been so long since I've turned it on.
Yeah, we tried today. That was a giant fail. But it happened last year too.
It's one of those things that like needs complete maintenance, love. You got to check on it all the time.
Right, the filters
is not good in all situations. Records, yes. Chairs, seats, no.
Yup.
Do you know what trips me out? In my town, we have metal, but like at the bus stops, we have metal seats. Okay, they don't have awnings over them.
Oh God, just don't even have seat. Like, that's a third-degree burn waiting to happen.
No one sits in them. You'll literally see people huddled around the chair waiting for the bus.
Right, because you know you're gonna hurt yourself.
Skits, hey, that's the birthday point. Oh, Skits, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Skits. I completely forgot about that. Happy birthday. If it's not yesterday or today, or happy birthday month.
Yes.
That's why I like upholstered seats in cars. Leather seats are so. I inherit. Okay, when I say this, it's gonna make me sound bougie, but my father gave me his old car. This was years ago. I inherited a Mitsubishi Montero. It was a luxury vehicle, leather seats, ashtrays. It had an ashtray in the front. It had an ashtray in the middle console. That thing was amazing. It was hell during the summer. That car was awful during the summer because it was leather everything. Yay, happy birthday. You're officially in your midlife crisis. Make it a good one.
Better than the last one.
Do you know what's really funny, Waternay? I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't an intentional thing by leaving those seats out in the sun. My town has basically made being homeless illegal. They do not play. They do not play. It's like man, the cops around here have not heard of the Geneva Convention. They have not heard of them.
But it's so funny because everybody's like, "Oh, we're so welcoming," but it's like, no, but not in my backyard. Like, you can't have it both ways. Like, you
and I
can't
live
be a sanctuary city and then be like, "And get on this bus, you're going to Canada."
I live where all the cops live, so they go out of their way to harass homeless people here. But you're right, because these are the same people who are swore to uphold the law. You know, I love heated seats, but ones that also have cooling.
I don't need the cool. Oh no, as long as it's fabric, you don't need to be cooled. But I do love my heated seats. Oh, I know those do sound like anti-homeless benches. You're like, no sleep, no afternoon sleepy. Your drugs off here, kids.
We have the LA River, which is a giant wash. For anyone who doesn't know, it's just a big concrete. It's like a mile wide concrete river that goes to the ocean. Well, we call it a river, but it's literally just a wash. But they live in the wash, and so the cops it's so strange here.
Oh, that's so funny. I honestly thought there was going to be an open-toed foot for all the quilting my grandma did. I wonder how she quilted on her machine.
I think about that with all the amazing things my grandmother made that I still have. I'm like, how did she make this on a single stitch machine?
Yeah.
How did she do that? Like, it's like magic. The thing is, if we would do things to get the homeless people care and housing, then we wouldn't have most of the problems that people are concerned about. I agree with you. We have it's so depressing here in LA. We have a whole generation of kids that went their whole high school career living in hotels and cars. It's terrible here.
But do you guys have this? I mean, up here there's a little bit of this issue of folks who, a lot of them come from like upper middle class white kids who choose to be unhoused.
Yes.
That's it. Like, what do we do about them?
I'm looking, and Kilroy, I do not consider you in what I'm about to say. I look at you, Pennsylvania. You send more people to us than I have, more on average. If you ask any other person in LA, where are you from? They're going to say Pennsylvania. They're going to say, I'm from Pennsylvania. It's so weird. And I know it's because people, I'm sure they come from conservative families. I can tell this story because this was 18 years ago. I worked with an outreach program. There was a young woman who showed me her missing poster. She was from Pennsylvania. She was proud of her missing poster.
Oh, that's...
What do you do with those kids? And spoiler, she's still on the streets. She's actually LA famous. She's still on the streets. She's like, almost in her 40s now, but like she's like LA famous. And she's from Pennsylvania.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the conversations we were having about parenting issues, I agree. And this is not an indictment, but it's just like I work with the statistics. A lot of people, and it's not just Pennsylvania, Connecticut. I'm looking at you too. A lot of rich people come. The sweater, what I call the sweater brigade.
Oh, right. The preppy kids.
Well, it's also because I live in a fair weather, like LA is a fair weather city.
Right.
San Diego has the same problems that we have. They have the same issues. It's not like it's an exclusive to LA. New York has the same problem. Like any major city right now is hurting just as much. Yeah, a lot of kids here hate the bass. Oh, the what is that? The bass awkwardness.
Bass awkward.
Oh, bass awkward.
Out
Oh,
of
bass
the
backwards.
closet for fear of their life. They used to they'd go to New York City, but now NYC, right, completely unaffordable. So they went westwards.
And honestly, just like Oregon, we have places where you can like live for like I used to always jokingly say that if you're homeless in Oregon and you starve, you are not paying attention because Oregon will feed you.
Right.
Portland has like, man, they have outreach. LA's the same way. So that attracts people too because you get breakfast, lunch, and dinner for free here.
Right, and you don't freeze in the wintertime.
Nope. Even when it's cold here, it's still not cold. Like
No, it's not like very rarely is it that cold for that long.
I've been to Canada when the snow was so high, it was like taller than I was.
You could have
That
been
was an experience.
last winter when they had 77 freaking inches. Jesus.
Oh man, someone's going off early. You know, next year or probably next week, I'm gonna put a camera outside to show how ridiculous people are in LA. Like they've been setting off fireworks for weeks before the 4th of July, and they'll be setting off fireworks randomly after.
Well, you got it. You might as well blow it off.
Quote of the evening. Also, some think about the California dream, but they don't think that they also have to do the practical thing, like get a job and find a roommate in order to give yourself time to be successful.
Yeah.
Exactly. In your dream career. I know quite a few people that moved here to be famous and moved right back to where they were from. I actually have an ex-girlfriend where her sister worked in the movie industry, and she did it for about 10 years and moved back to Maine because she couldn't take LA. But imagine being from like a town of like 600 or 700 people, then you move to Los Angeles.
Yeah, that like the culture shock of it is like, and we're on a completely different planet now.
Sometimes when I would go out with them, I felt more like their bodyguard because I'd be like, no, don't trust anyone. No, when someone tells you something, this is LA, you don't believe them. Like when someone says, come here, you don't go over there.
Right, you don't need to go to the mountains sometimes to have avalanches and to have your housekeeping. It is right. California does have this like mystical, like dream quality about it. It's like, ooh, California.
Do you know, I can see that, but like I had a different experience. I worked at the Starbucks on Santa Monica and Robinson Boulevard. They call it the gay Starbucks, but it's in West Hollywood. I'll never forget the day I was working and they told the manager was like, look, Matthew Perry comes in here, he sits in the front, leave him alone. Matthew Perry would come and drink his coffee and sit there like a sad guy.
Aww.
That's my LA. Like every time I see Matthew Perry, I'm like, I hope you're doing well. I hope you are sober. I hope
a sad day today.
because I saw him when he was cleaning up. He made me want to cry. He was he was minding his own business. And the funny thing is, no one would walk up to him. People knew he was hurting, I think.
Aww.
That's my version of LA. So it's like, and he was on the down spiral of his career. That was after Friends. This was like, early 2000s because I dropped out of college. So this was like early 2000s. But there is no such thing. But just like the American dream, just like upward mobility, just like these lies we tell ourselves, there's no such thing as the California dream. It's a great song. Who sings it? The Turtles?
No, isn't it Don Henley? Or I don't know,
California. Alexa, who sings California Dreaming?
California Dreamin' is by the Mamas and the Papas.
Thank you. Alexa.
Just have a resting.
Thank you.
Please.
Absolutely. Happy to help. Hope you had a good Monday.
Yeah, we just could have waited, and Killer Ray and Allie would have just come to our rescue. You don't need to add. You every time you're going to be like, Alexa. Killer Ray and Allie, can you please help me?
I have to justify buying this phone tap. So I talk to it randomly. I have to justify it.
I signed myself up for this. Oh, no. Bring. All right. I guess everybody's stuck with me right now. We almost have a shirt. We're closer. I didn't fight with the underarm gussets as bad as I did last time. Oh, what a name. I couldn't type them all in some pops fast enough. That's too silly. You don't need to ask the wiretap. I know. I was like, chat, help me out. You folks are the best. Come to my rescue. I think we might have passed Sleevil Hell. I did this completely randomly. So I've got one arm with a gusset. There's my camera. We have the other arm. Where's my gusset? With a gusset. And then I added this extra piece. The part that's like being ridiculous is the turning it over, but it'll be cute. A little white, a little longer.
I like my wiretap though.
Oh, Amazon wanted to send one for free. It's too bad Amazon doesn't send Sleevil Hell. Amazon, could you just put my sleeves in for me?
Thank you, Skits. That's why I'm nice to my freaking Alexa. See you guys later.
Yeah, I'm not
Enjoy your summer.
Mood for an Echo or Ring, a smart house. I don't even like to have the location on my phone turned on.
Amazon wanted to send me one for free. I should have held out. They probably would have gave me one. I bought that because it was on sale for $25. Yeah. I'm telling you. Hey, brother, will you close the door for me? I don't want the smoke to get inside.
I don't want mosquitoes.
Enjoy your summer and live your life.
Oh, Waternay, he was making a piratist shirt. I set that sleeve inside out 2 times in a row. Oh, yes, the Sleevil Hell is real. Sleevels.
That's why I'm always polite to my Siri. See, Waternay and I are going to survive the robot apocalypse. We're going to be the mayor.
I just don't need to give them data prematurely.
You know why? I've already done 23andMe. I have an Amazon. They have all my information. They have my DNA.
No, thanks. But I am curious about this. There's some open source home assistant projects that you can run on your own hardware, and they don't send anything anywhere. I'm interested in that too. If you let me know. I would like a full review. You don't need to give me a 20-page essay, but I'm down for that. That I could deal with. Oh, make a clone, right?
Oh, it'll be Khan. It'll be Sun. What is it? Sun Union Khan. It'll be the Wrath of Sewing.
Oh.
Go ahead. Make a clone of me and watch. Then my clone will make another clone. I've already seen that movie. Oh, that's funny.
Do
you know what's Gilroy? There's actually in American Horror Story, one of the seasons is based on, like, it starts and the apocalypse has happened. There's nukes going off. People are watching it on TV, and this guy gets a knock on the door, and he's like, "You've been selected to go in this silo to survive." And they're like, "How did you get my information?" They looked. They're like, "You gave a DNA test." I was watching it with my mom. We looked at each other. We were like, "Oh, we're so screwed." Oh, yeah. We're so screwed. I've already given away my information, but I'm one of those geeks that has nothing to hide. If you looked in my search engine, you'd be like, "Dude, get a better habit, guy." Like,
for me, that's not the point. I don't want them. I don't necessarily have anything to hide either, but I don't want you stalking and tracking me that much.
Oh no, I fully believe. I miss being a private citizen. I miss that when you could mind your own business. The problem is we don't have enough privacy protections. People say stupid things like "just don't go online." That's not helpful nor practical. I agree. Now they got to build a sewing room in the vault.
I start free for snacks. I'll be right back.
That's ground floor in the vault. Is the sewing room. I don't know. I don't know. When I was younger, I had a neighbor who was a real life prepper. When people were freaking out about Y2K, there was someone who I'm still in contact with who moved to Montana because he believed the world was going to end. So I'm not that nutbaggy. And I'll never forget, he kept on saying, it's 1999, man. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen. He's lived in Montana for over 20 something years now. Imagine the world fashion change if Godless were in charge of everyone's wardrobe. Oh, I would be like, depression's got to go. Oh, if I was in charge of everyone's wardrobe, I would change the world in 5 minutes. Spants for everybody, overalls. I would bring it back. I would bring back the 1970s when colors were involved. I just think he wanted to move to Montana. Well, what it was is he was a survivalist, and that survivalist type is always like the conspiracy, like ivermectin injecting type. Hey, buddy, what's up? Special guest, what's up, special guest? So, like, that type always trips me out. Absolutely, sewing with the cat. Now I truly felt like Space Ghost with that one, with the cat. If I was in charge of everyone's wardrobe, I would, first off, we would have Star Trek Day, where everybody would have to wear a Star Trek uniform. Or once a month, everybody would have to dress like they're in the Wrath of Khan, because that's one of the greatest movies of all time. Kitty's gonna do some work on that. Your cat made a special guest appearance, full face and everything.
Oh,
Full face.
bring it first.
The cat knew we were talking. Is your cat male or female?
This is Freya Fruifers is a little lady.
Oh, she knew we were talking about her.
Come on, Freya Fruifers. She's been sitting here. Oh, of course, your fans want you on stream again. Come on.
The second she went on stream, everybody stopped listening to everything I was saying.
Freya Fruifers, the cat in the box.
Absolutely. The kitty was checking out the machine. She was.
Oh, God. Well, it's a good thing she can't use the presser. She doesn't know how to use the knee bar. She's getting ready to sew. Oh, that's funny.
There's nothing wrong with a little investigation.
Right.
Aww.
She is super silky.
That's healthy.
Okay. You're the cat who's come out for snacks. Your brother's hiding under the bed in the other room, like upset to no end all. I don't even think
Commander. Now I have the lightning and the hat and everything right tomorrow. I can finish the video. If you want to join, let me know and I'll throw the it's Starsky's birthday. Let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat. I didn't know YouTube. You should.
That's what I heard that. I was like, I think I've got shorts on. I don't think I have any holes. Like I didn't know what was going on here.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, that is true.
This is like birthday month for everybody.
Not me.
Yeah, not me either. I'm in the beginning of the year. I'm an Aquarius. Whatever that means. It's great in a love song. Yes. My name's Sewing and I'm an Aquarius. Float on. If you get that, you probably will need aspirin in the morning.
Oh, cat brain right now. Hey, these small things are not treats. She enjoyed them, right. Loki looks at the pin cushions and he tries to like look at the little pins and take them out, and I'm like, you cannot be eating pins, cat. Oh my god.
Waternay, I absolutely love Are You Being Served? In one of my videos, twice I used the Australian version of the opening in my video. Mrs. Slocum is a hero of mine, and I pretend to be John Iman. I absolutely love Are You Being Served? I'm free. Mr. Humphreys is a hero of mine.
Yeah. They're good to have on in the background when you're sewing. It's a good show.
And it flows. Like those shows, those old school shows, they flow. So you can watch them and they just continuously go one right after another.
You do.
There's this, and that show, there's a lot of UK shows like Last of the Summer Wine. These shows went on for decades.
They did.
So they have tons of episodes.
I'm getting harassed by a human right now. I mean, personally, it's my human, but
That show is awesome. So irreverent, not for the easily offended. Yes. Oh, there's a few episodes like when Mr. Humphreys is psychic. That whole episode is kind of racist towards Japanese people. It's extremely racist, but people spoke in extremely direct terms back then.
yeah,
Well,
okay.
here's my
I
cricket.
I think I might have to bounce. I need to go walk next door and retrieve a human of mine.
Oh, no worries. No worries.
Thank you for letting me oogle and unbox on your stream.
I'm here. I'm gonna keep the light on.
All right, I'll see if I make it back. But thanks everyone for having me. Don't laugh at yourself. Don't laugh at others unless you've laughed at yourself. And we'll see you next week.
Bye. Now I just have float on stuck in my head. Phoenix, you didn't completely click out. You're still there. I can see you in the background. But you can click back in if you want to. Float. I have who sings that song? I'm confused. Do what you need to do, of course, but why do you have to go retrieve him? Now I just have float on stuck in my head. Float on. Let me copy that. The crickets are back in full force. I shouldn't have said full force. Now I have the Kid and Play song stuck in my head. I can tell what time of year it is by the chirp of the crickets. They're actually late this year. Usually they've come to destroy my stream, but I don't care. The crickets you can chirp all you want, crickets. Not a fan. But I'm in a giant room. I live out in the burbs. You have to expect crickets. Yay. Try to think of what song that is. It sounds big. It's the float on. Now I have to look it up on the tubes to see who sings the float on song. Oh, where's my other one? Yeah, I'm a rapper. I have a bunch of phones. Where's my blue phone? Huh. It's somewhere around here. Well, I'll just look it up on this one. Hey, how's it going?
Oh, good morning, I guess. It's about 37 minutes into the 4th of July on the East Coast.
Yeah, happy 4th of July. Happy 4th of July.
Saw a movie today, got 2 days off at least, which kind of like sucks because unless they send me to Ohio, my paycheck is going to be teeny.
Oh, that's awful. Do you have like a slow time of year or is it just like hit or miss?
It's just whatever the hell happens. Things picked up shortly after the threats of default and all of that. So, but when we were leading up to that, it was like, oh my God, I've only got 3 days worth of work this week. Isn't that sucking?
Oh, that's awful. The group is called the Floaters. I back when I used to I've had a ton of jobs. Like I used to shoot gunite, and right before the summer I would make a lot of money because I was shooting gunite in pools. But then I wouldn't work all winter long. And then like it was the same thing with painting. So I had to find a winter kind of job before I got the job that I have now.
What's gunite?
It's a chemical they shoot down before they shoot down the concrete. It's basically like what you're it
Oh,
stops.
it's really quick concrete, right?
Yeah, it's basically the third layer of a pool. Or like people insulate walls with it, like government buildings insulate walls with gunite because they're scared of nukes and stuff, but it still wouldn't protect you. It would just slowly melt, but it's false hope. But that was actually an extremely fun job because you get to get down and dirty, but I don't have the chops for it anymore.
I know something that would probably protect you if you were a mile away, at least from the heat. Um, calcium aluminate concrete.
All the fallout shelters at my job are concrete, brick and concrete.
Calcium aluminate is used in well, give you an idea, you can cast it and it will take up to 1800 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes and 1700 Celsius continuous.
Holy cow. So it could take a pounding and survive. See, the thing
A
is,
lot of heat. A lot of heat. It's basically almost alumina. It's like the binder is calcium aluminate and the rest of it is aluminum oxide.
my thing with any kind of nuclear fallout or something like that, what kind of world would you be going into? I know I bring this up all the time, but there's a movie called On the Beach with Gregory Peck. It explains how crappy the world would be if there was a nuclear cloud floating around.
Well, for most of my life, I either lived in South Florida or I lived in Hampton Roads. So I never thought that far because I knew that I was going to be vapor if the nukes ever flew. Now I live somewhere where there's a fallout shelter within 200 yards, and I know the person who has the key. And but of course, everyone and their uncle's going to be trying to get in there too because it's a public. It's been publicly designated. Yeah, the world that we would be living in would kind of suck, and you probably couldn't go outside for at least a month without getting radiation poisoning. And that's if they didn't use any cobalt bombs. And with the Zaporizhia plant being under threat, it was probably insensitive to use this avatar, but hopefully it won't happen. Because I was thinking crushing commies.
I've been like, I have to stay off of Twitter because they're showing all that Ukrainian fight footage, and that stuff's been getting to me. Then they'll put death metal music to it, and I'm like rocking out to it. I had to calm down of watching all the Ukrainian footage, and whoever's putting Swedish death metal to it, like, I can't sleep at night because of you.
Well, it's kind of like horrible what's going on, and
Yeah.
then you have the people who say, "Well, if we stop supporting Ukraine, then we can help homeless veterans." And then you realize that most of the people screaming that scream communism every time you try to help the homeless. And if you are for helping the homeless, you need to realize that just because if you stop supporting Ukraine, well, we're just going to have appeased a dictator, and we're still going to be stuck with half the country screaming communism at everything Jack Kennedy and Johnson did, with the blessings of the churches during the deepest, darkest days of the Cold War. Why they expanded wars against communists. That's the absurd world in which we live.
Also, I think a lot of the people that scream like protect the military and oh, we're not doing anything for the military never served, have no relationship with anyone that was ever in the military, and they're saying that as a buzzword. A lot of the
Yeah,
time,
I would think so. It either that or you know how people go through the motions when they don't really care about something anymore, and then like you said, it's just a buzzword for them. Even if they had to choose between getting the troops the college education they're promised or not paying taxes, which one would they choose?
no, I agree with you. Like recently, I was in a chat and somebody was talking. They were going back to the blame the gays debate where they were saying like, "Oh, what about grooming and this and that?" And I said, "Wait a minute, let's take a step back. Tell me an institution that actually takes care of children in this country." They couldn't think of anything. And then I was like, "Do you have children?" And they were like, "No." And I'm like, "Okay, so you're just repeating rhetoric that you heard someone else say that was recycled from somebody else. You don't even have a dog in the fight, but you want to fight people who do." It's just the misinformed drive me mentally insane sometimes. And the Los Angeles Dodgers beat the Pittsburgh Pirates 5-2. Back to you, back to you, Commander.
Well, look, it kind of like clapped at the right time, even though it's like on a loop.
I randomly have my sports desk here in the House of Sewing. The people who worship the military the most and hate the military have zero connection to it. I agree. I agree. It drives me mentally insane because I
Oh,
feel like.
when
Oh, go ahead.
finish what you were gonna say.
No, I was just gonna say some of the times the loudest people, the ones that are yelling and screaming, are just bored at home with an uninformed opinion.
Or they're bloodthirsty monsters. I worked for defense contractors most of my professional life. If it wasn't a direct, if it wasn't a complete dedicated defense contractor, we did work for the military on the side. And I had coworkers who, especially at the shipyard from hell, um, who were like, I'm supporting Republicans because they'll start wars and I'll get paid more. And I'm like, there's a job to do here, right? But I don't actually want these weapons actually killing people. It's more a deterrent. I know that it does, but I mean, purposefully wanting to start conflicts just to give yourself more work is sick.
It's because they can sit safely in their billion-dollar bunkers and watch it on TV. It's kind of like those people who would go sit in the bleachers and watch the Civil War, or like those people who would go sit in bleachers and watch a nuke go off.
If it wasn't for the fallout, um, it would be interesting to actually see a nuke that doesn't kill anyone go off in person, but at a safe distance.
Yeah. I've seen some heavy explosions from 10, 15 miles away. I've seen fires that look like a nuke. I saw a fire in Texas that was like half a county was burning, and they just let it burn. And no matter how far away we would get, you could still see it.
That is something.
And and they create a false dichotomy and false equivalence then that they then argue against. This drives me mentally insane, Watering. That's why I don't debate people, because they come at you with these just insane ideas. Fire clay, perlite, silica, sand, and Portland cement just stop shrinkage and cracking while the clay dries. That resists heat. That resists heat pretty good. That's what my favorite foundry is lined with. I'm going to come write all that down because I'm building a new bomb shelter, actually. I'm trying to
get calcium aluminate cement. I mean, before my house fire, I made a heat treat furnace for sapphires that actually I got it up to 1800 degrees Celsius once. And then about a week later, I had a house fire. The house had aluminum wires in it. It wasn't my furnace, but that stuff can really take a beating. As far as heat goes, the only thing that I know of that isn't platinum that can do it better is zirconium.
My job is getting combat vets and counseling. If I woke up tomorrow with no more war vets, I'd be okay with that. As someone who grew up in a military family, I agree with you. Water, that's another song I'm gonna have stuck in my head for the next 2 months. It's the politicians that make calls for war. We should do something. Gets paid to the public. You don't want war to the front. It's true. This is the one thing that bothers me the most. This is an old cliche thing that people say, but I feel like if two leaders have a problem with each other, then they should like have a boxing match or a wrestling match. Not even like to the end. Just have a bare knuckle brawl or something. I don't know. Or arm wrestling, freaking barrel roll. I don't know. But it should be old school. Or like get your two champions.
There'd be just one problem with that, right? FDR was a cripple and Hitler could walk.
Okay, I have a solution for that. In Blake's 7, because I'm a complete sci-fi geek, there were these two planets at war, and what they would do is they would get champions from their planets and they would duel it out. And they had semi-stipulation like, okay, to avoid war, we're just gonna have this tournament. So I think we should have tournament of champions and be like, okay, so and so side is the champion of the world until they get a better champion, and leave it at that. No one's invading anybody. You get your bloodlust out, and one person passes away, and instead of like a whole generation.
Yeah, war kind of sucks. I'm almost got the research done for the next installment. I think YouTube does this thing where in the first 10 minutes I got 3 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And then it like says no more impressions for you. It just stopped promoting the video at like 50 impressions.
They have really cracked down on their content creators. They do the same thing to me. They scrutinize every view I get now. Every it drives me crazy. I don't even look at the numbers anymore. I do it for this. I don't even do it for the numbers because they're so off. It drives me mentally insane. YouTube, I don't know what's going on with YouTube. They are attacking the very people that made their platform.
Well, hopefully they stop being a douche tube.
It's like I had to sit down and I'm like, because I love what I do, but it's cracking down on me, and I'm like, I'm just gonna continue to make videos because I have fun doing it. It's good, clean, fun, something I love doing. But YouTube, and you know what? I am not a sociopath, so I don't take it personal, but they're attacking everybody. They're attacking. I said this earlier. There's a man I watch. He lives in San Francisco. He has like 2 million subscribers. All he does is talk about shows he watches, and YouTube demonetized him. And he's been a cash cow for YouTube for years. YouTube wants to turn themselves into cable. I agree. Is there anyone else you know, Commander, that's being under attack from YouTube?
With Starsky and all the people showing up and bringing their subs, it's just overpowering YouTube's grudge against the shills.
Mm-hmm.
But if the shills didn't have Starsky or Mercado or Ukraine Matters show up, we'd still be less than 2,000 subs. I'm pretty sure of it. Because of all the profanity. To give you an idea, Dick Dawson says, "Hi, I'm your host, Dick Dawson," demonetized.
Yep. Yeah.
Oh God, I'm hoping he can fix his computer, soon. I miss interacting with all those guys. It turns out, I was getting paranoid, right? For about 2 months, and then a stream goes down. I'm like, okay, this is not my friend Daniel who basically shoved me to the corner. This is basically his computer is choking.
Oh wow.
And the reason why I'm not using the animated avatar, the one where I can control it.
Oh
it's
yeah.
It's basically because I need to replace the CPU fan. And remember the night where I got knocked out twice because my computer overheated?
I do remember that. That was everything's a learning experience,
What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to hoping that I can pass my dot physical in a month. Just save for a really good desktop, because when you render, it actually cuts the life of your computer, basically wears out your CPU fans. So, and I have laptops, so they're really hard to fix like that.
Streaming, this computer that I'm on right now, I dedicated to streaming, and it has destroyed this computer. Just between making videos and streaming, I have destroyed this computer. So I completely understand. And to me, it's not a lot of information, but apparently to the computer, it's overwhelming.
That's because Windows is such shit. Do you remember back in the 90s and early 2000s, programs used to be 25 megabytes, maybe 50 megabytes?
Mm-hmm.
And now they're 10 gigabytes. You'll get like God, I'm trying to remember. Something 360. That's an example, or Maya, for example. Maya, the download, at least from what a video I watched, was more than 10 gigabytes. And probably close to 90% of that is just junk files that it was, since we have so much memory storage space, they don't have to clean out all the junk files from previous versions. So they just make it so, they just deactivate the code and send it rather than clean it out. Because then they have to find out how the code interacts and it gets complicated. So it's just cheaper to now just send out a bunch of junk code.
Ugh. I feel like that's what the bots that follow us around are. Is just like, I don't get it anymore. I really don't understand YouTube's guidelines. I just don't get it. They went through all of my old videos and blocked certain things in other countries, said this video is blocked, you have to take this down. They wouldn't tell me specifically what the problem was because I could just easily take that segment out of a video.
And thing is, they know this, right? They've known it for years. Dick Dawson has been like, fuck, they won't tell me exactly what what their problem is. And you get a community guideline strike. Like that reason why we don't debunk garbage much anymore, play the videos of idiots is because basically you get dinged for misinformation. Even though you're debunking the information, you get dinged. But the original BS content that is deceiving a lot of people that has gone viral, they don't touch that.
Do you know what the funny thing is? Excuse me, back in the day, you could say the words, this is for educational purposes, and they wouldn't strike your channel. And now you can't even do that anymore. You could say that and then review anything. Or say this is under the, the fair use, blah, blah, blah. And they would never mess with you as long as you said the words. And now they think they're dictators. YouTube thinks they have a captive audience and captive creators when they don't. I agree. Also, it shouldn't be just one weird complaint to cause a strike. They've threatened to take my channel down. I have an obsession with The Big Lebowski. The opening song in The Big Lebowski almost took my entire channel down. They wouldn't let me post for 3 weeks. It was strange, all because I put a song in a video.
What I do is I'll upload a video that has copyrighted music privately and then see what happens. Because if it like says, this is blocked and it hasn't been uploaded, then, it doesn't, if it's not public, it doesn't count as a strike. But you can't do that with streams.
I don't even get that anymore. Really quickly, Butterfly, I made some pants. These are my I improved on these pants. These were for men, but they were like girl jeans, and I turned them into hippie pants. But I still have to improve the back because I got those fancy pair of jeans because they were distressed. I love everything on sale. Sorry, Commander. I have to say hello to my sewing aficionados.
I didn't much worry about the background music for that last video because video game music, as long as it's like the Fallout franchise itself or Dragonborn music itself and not any like the radio music in Fallout, that can get you dinged. But video games, most of the music in them they let you use, and they don't even take a share of the revenue if you were monetized because they want you to promote their stuff.
Yeah, Butterfly, those were the ones that I was cutting up yesterday. I'm proactive when it comes to my hippie pants. I love refurbishing. I don't understand it. I actually now use my sewing and ranting channel as my springboard. So I'll post a video that I like, a song that I intend to use in my video on that channel to see if it gets a copyright strike or not. Because I really don't know what to do anymore. But I feel like they've taken away from my channel because I used to use a lot of stuff off that was considered fair use, and it's a minefield. It's a literal minefield, and I just want to sew and show off the stuff that I've made, you know. So
It sucks.
yeah.
Get this. I used to have another channel where I basically was debunking claims made by Pat Robertson that Obama was godless, that Obama was supernaturally repulsed by the cross. So I basically addressed that. And then I, made an argument. And then I said, oh, and by the way, here's Obama singing Amazing Grace. Do you know that that was copyright claimed as Amor Argentino, which is a song in Portuguese? So a modern Portuguese song was somehow what showed up when Obama was singing Amazing Grace.
That's crazy. And I say that because I'm trying to teach myself Portuguese right now, and it's such a hard language. It's nothing like English.
It's a different language family.
Oh, completely. I try not to when I'm not doing something right. I'll ask my grandkids how to do it. Butterfly, anytime I have a technical difficulty on an app, I ask my son because I know he'll show me in 3 seconds. So you don't have to feel bad. Or if something so like if I hear a word that I'm like, I asked my, what was it? There was something I'm like, what does this word mean? My kid knew exactly what it was. I can't even remember now. We had an earthquake at 2:30 in the morning 2 nights ago. It's been a long time. I was standing flat foot in this room at 2:30 because I do not sleep at night. And we had a full blown 3.0 something earthquake. Just the whole house rolled.
I've only had one earthquake, and that was like in Virginia in 2010 or 11.
Was it because of fracking?
I don't know. I know there's been a lot more earthquakes since the fracking, and I don't doubt that that might be the cause of it, even if the lubrication of it is not the issue. Possibly just removing gigantic portions of what was down there and pumping it out does, but we need that stuff until fusion, or we get the guts to say, you know what source of power kills the fewest people? Nuclear. Now, when you do have a accident, it does render an area uninhabitable, and that's horrible. But as far as the amount of energy produced per person dying, nuclear is actually the safest. That's largely because the consequences of one accident are so horrible, they try to get it right. It's like commercial aviation. The reason why they have a better track record than those fucking aliens is the fact that if, let's say you only lost 1% of commercial aircraft, right? Who would fly? Are you there? There's like millions of flights every single day. I'm going to check my phone to see if the stream is up. I hear you. The refrigerator noises.
Sorry, I had to. It's like a train station in the house of sewing today. My ex-wife is here. Grandma's checking on her investment, aka the house. It's a train station at my house today.
Did you tell your wife I identified as a penguin wearing a suit of power armor?
That's my ex-wife, and she says things like that trying to get people's goat is really what it is. Because I guarantee you she went back, clipped it, and put it on Facebook to look cool for all her Facebook friends, saying that she walked into a group of lefties saying that she identified as a potato. There's a new nuclear reactor design that are impossible to melt down.
Actually, the thorium reactors are an old design that when they found out uranium wasn't as scarce as it was, they shelved the thorium, reactors and just went with uranium instead.
But if when I felt the earthquake, my phone went off. It's been a while. It's more of a heart pounding thing. It's a roller coaster. It's a roller coaster ride of a heart drop because your entire house, body, everything moves. And if you know what you're looking for, you can literally see the earthquake rolling through your house because you'll see stuff falling, and then you could see the trail of falling stuff. And in here, I have a lot of free hanging stuff, and I call them earthquake detectors because that'll start moving before the ground does. And it'll let you know, like, there's an earthquake coming.
The earthquake in Virginia, I was sitting in an office chair, so I just stood still and the house just moved back and forth around me for a few seconds.
The 94 earthquake traumatized me, and so I will forever have the image of just destruction in my head. Like it was like 30 seconds, and then you come outside and everything was leveled. Everything was leveled. And I grew up near an elementary school, and I remember walking over there with my cousin and my father. The entire school was just like bricks and timber. You could see through the entire school because it had completely fallen.
You know what was weird? I was in Florida, and I know it was probably just something local, but I thought the house moved because we had a trailer, and you turned on the TV, there was an earthquake. But it was on the other side of the country. That's why I think it was something just local. But it was a coincidence. I do remember that.
You know what? Sometimes those things are like, sometimes we'll say causation is not correlation, but I live in what's called
Causation does not equal causation.
Yes, I live in the Ring of Fire. So if there's an earthquake in Chile, and then one in the Solomons, and then one in Japan, and then one in Alaska, it's literally a giant circle that comes right back to where my plate is. So sometimes it is. You never know. Like when there's a bunch of earthquakes, like on the West Coast, and I'm talking about all the way from like Chile all the way up to the northern slope of Alaska, we're like, uh-oh, it's coming here. So sometimes it is.
Your ex-wife would probably love my next video because I'm taking some inspiration from Roosevelt and those who stir up dissension and division and suspicions. And that reminded me of a Bible verse, and I'm going to go to town on the false prophets and just here's the Jewish penguin, right? Taking and basically knowing exactly what Christianity is, just going to hand the heads of all these conservative assholes who've been saying creepy pro-Russian things for more than a decade. And I'm doing the research. I'm gonna tie it to Hitler's bullshit to the bullshit coming out of Patriarch Corral and just show how it all matches the pattern.
It does, especially because they put their head in the sand. I agree with you. It actually drives me mentally insane, and it's one of the reasons I stopped following American politics as closely as I used to. I used to follow Marjorie Green Taylor, Mitt Romney. I followed everybody. Any politician who got elected, I'd follow them, Democrat or Republican, and I can't take any of it anymore.
It's anxiety inducing. Give you an idea how absolutely toxic green is. It was the start. It was the start of the Ukraine war. Clapperjack just got the hell out of Belarus, and Marjorie Taylor Greene is mentioned, and this guy who lived in Belarus is like, boo hiss. And people who shouldn't even know who a representative is, you know, she's world infamous, not famous, infamous. I'm sorry for talking over you.
Oh, no. Please keep going. I wasn't even I make weird noises. There's all kind of, I'm reading the chat. Keep going.
She is world infamous. And if you look at opinion polls of America when Trump was in charge versus when Biden is in charge, the world prefers America now than Trump. But all the Trump supporters think that the world is laughing at us when Trump could go to the UN, say something stupid, and the world would literally laugh at him.
People have such devotion nowadays. It's weird to me how people fall into these mass movements. I still have that book. It's by I can't believe I'm drawing a blank. It's Mass Movements. Oh, I quote him, Eric Hoffer. It's a book by Eric Hoffer, and it literally explains any kind of mass movement that you could possibly think of. And it describes political parties down to a T today. They almost read it like as a how-to book, I think, sometimes. Because we're easily manipulated as people, you know. I get those stupid Waverly ads, and I'm like, okay, I don't have to go to Walmart. I'm just gonna have them deliver it to my house because I'm an addict of fabric. So we know
that's a lot better than being obsessed with morons.
True. Well, like I always say, like when I first met you, like, because I know you get what I'm saying. When I got online, I thought that young earth creationism was just a joke that people would talk about. I thought flat earthers were not real. I thought it was just a society from the 1800s. I thought it was just something from the past, a funny story. You know, there's all kinds of things I didn't even know that people legitimately believed in until I got on the internet and was like, oh, you're real.
Yeah, it's, well, I ran it the first time I ran into all this shit was in 2012, when that was the first time that I met someone. Now, there were a bunch of people who had the conspiracies who were vile, and but there was this one guy, Rainey, who had just started touching them. So he wasn't as vile, but he wasn't vile, but the delusion was thick. He'd believe things that made no sense, like they're gonna call 90% of the population. I'm like, dude, who's gonna work for the elites, number one? And who are they gonna get to pick up the bodies?
You know, the funny thing is I still watch this. I got swept up in a movement in the 90s, and there was a man who would say that they were putting people of color in concentration camps. And he said, I'd seen them. I've been into these camps and everything. In the early 2000s, he started apologizing. and saying, "Oh, I heard some misinformation." And this was before the internet. And when he first got on the internet, he started apologizing about it because he knew his old tapes were going to get put on YouTube.
Yeah, and then you have Dr. Sabi. Now, someone clued me in on Dr. Sabi. Supposedly cured AIDS, blah, blah, blah. But you even watch the videos of his advocates, and it just screams this man's either has deluded himself, has fooled himself, or he's where someone deludes themselves into their own bullshit.
Oh yeah.
Either that or he's knowingly lying through his. But there's so many reasonable explanations. But the man was talking about how bacteria and viruses don't cause illness.
Oh.
And that they don't exist. And oh my God, and people believe in this man that he went to the Bahamas and he got thrown in prison because he had 50 grand in his with him. And
people are saying hi to you.
Hi there.
Waterne, I was talking about I don't know if you're familiar with Bobby Hemmett, but I went through a phase where I obsessively watched Bobby Hemmett for almost like 2 or 3 years. I still watch Bobby Hemmett because he has a lot of knowledge, but he was scaring people. It was in the early 90s of the Black conscious movement, but he wasn't religious. He was just saying like, oh, as a person, he would basically talk about every religion. And because he was college educated, he knew he was talking about, but then he'd slip in some just a conspiracy theory. And the problem is when you say something so bold, time will judge you. Like, I love Chris Hitchens, okay? Because I'm going to say something and people trash me when I say this. He came to America and he said a lot of false things. He said Dukakis was going to win for president. He just said a lot of bad things over the years. But as the years went on, he became the Chris Hitchens that we know of, but he was the king of misinformation in the 80s and the 90s. And I get hosed for saying that, but you can go on C-SPAN and watch the old C-SPANs. And Chris Hitchens pitched the Iraqi war. He sold it to the press and to everybody else. And I absolutely love the guy. I still quote the guy. But like if you really look back to the 70s, 80s, and 90s Hitchens, he was a different person. And his brother, they both have been in this country longer than I've been alive. Yeah, Kilroy. The 80s Hitchens was a different person than the older person that we all knew in the early 2000s. Were you ever a Hitchens fan, Commander?
I didn't follow. To give you an idea, at that time, mid 2000s, I had learned enough about Christianity to make white conservative men scream at me that I reminded them of their parents. I was weird and they hated me. And as far as Hitchens goes, I just didn't listen to him. I didn't know enough about him. I know he said some quite caustic things.
He wasn't a bad person. He backed the wrong horse sometimes. And in politics, history will remember you. That's the problem, And in the era of recording ourselves, we have the benefit of history because now we can go look up everything that he says that he said. The man's passed away. The reason I bring it up is because when I got in more atheist circles, people quote him and they praise him as this like the father of atheism, and like I just don't have like Sam Harris has turned into a total weirdo.
I'll have to. I don't know who Sam Harris is.
Sam Harris, Dan Dennett, Richard Dawkins, and I just said his name, Chris Hitchens. They basically were the forefront of modern atheism, and for about a good 4 or 5 year period, they went toe to toe with the establishment, and they took it. They brought atheism to what it is now. But the problem is after they had this Unitarianism kind of humanism. But then we start finding out the politics of these people, and they don't necessarily align with the politics of everybody else. So people started not liking these people. Richard Dawkins is what happens when you give an older person Twitter. And when I say older, I mean like, out of touch. You could be my age and be older and just out of touch.
Oh, that whole politics thing with atheism, that's fun because well, to give you an idea, Rand and Nietzsche, as far as atheism in the West, they were like dominant within the philosophical circles of atheism in the West for probably up until the early 2000s. Most of the atheists were politically conservative.
Mm-hmm.
And then you get the rise of the religious right. And then they push anyone who doesn't want to hunt homeless people for sport out of Christianity. But basically, what the religious right did was they took the hard right-wing philosophy of most of the atheists in the West during the 20th century, and they married it with Christianity, which it's actually the humanisms born of Kant, etc., the empathetic humanisms are more compatible with Christianity and Judaism and Islam than the objectivist let the weak die off to make room for the strong kind of crap that's loved in Christianity today. So it's like the Christians are making anti-Christians. They just control the organization.
I agree with you. AC Grayling talks about that. If everyone ever gets bored, you should look up AC Grayling. He talks about that. Because he's a humanist, and he talks more about like, I'm not going to talk about Christianity. I'm going to talk about humanism. I was an atheist for decades before I ever heard of Hitchens. The Bible is the leading cause for the atheist movement. I agree. I think that's the one thing that's overlooked. One of the things that turned me off to the community is the politics, but my politics have never changed, But I'm an accepting person. Like, I don't care what you believe in. If you're a good person, like, we all live on this rock together. I don't want to make your existence more miserable than mine is, So that's my whole thing with anyone who wants to oppress anyone. In the modern era, I just don't understand it anymore. Like, we all have the internet. We all, indoor plumbing is real. I just don't see a reason for oppression anymore, but we find new reasons to oppress each other.
Oh, yeah, and it's just because human beings probably 50,000 years ago, when the DNA was still compatible, someone did something vile to a llama, and now we're all part drama llamas.
Gilroy, I am on the same boat. Do you know, that's why I say I'm a nihilist, just because I don't want to get in conversation with people. And when I say I'm an atheist nihilist, people just stop talking to me because they're like, oh, he's just going to end every conversation with, it's pointless. And it's worked so far. It keeps the debate me bros away from me. The Christians put people right off Christianity. I agree. For me also, it was the judgment and like being othered because I wasn't like everybody else. It just, but again, if you get, this is my argument. Like, if you get a group of people together, do you not think that there becomes a hierarchy? Like, if you put a bunch of, that was a close firework. If you put a bunch of humans on an island, would they start a religion? Would they build a jail? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Um, if you put a bunch of human, let me put it to you this way. Um, John Stewart said if you took a bunch of moderate reform Jews and left them alone in a room, um, basically they would become extremists if you left them alone.
yeah.
It's just human. It's human nature to want to form comfortable groups. And we all need to grow the hell up and to realize that my 80% friend is not my 20% enemy.
Yeah. Agreed.
Unless, of course, they're sucking Vladimir Putin's nutsack and offering me what I want, like Jeremy Corbyn. But outside of, where, basically someone you agree with most of what they're saying, but outside of that, where you have obvious hate people for no goddamn good reason and sell your soul to foreign hostile powers. Other than that, my 80% friend is not my 20% enemy.
Do you think it's because we deal with each other on a superficial level? We no longer have the depth? Because, and I'll tell you my experience. I was raised by extremely rigid Roman Catholic parents that made me say yes, ma'am, no, sir, shake hands, look people in the eye, open up doors. I still do that. And I'll say, excuse me, people don't know what to say. I'll open up a door for someone, they'll walk right past me like I don't exist. Do you
I
think people
think it's a lack of that upbringing. But like with you, the politeness still stands. With me, they had to beg me to curse when I moved to Virginia. And I'm almost the same person. It's just I get a little bit prickly sometimes because of 5 years of putting up with the absolute most horrible people you would ever meet at work.
this when I was in catechism classes as a kid, I'll never forget there was this man, I won't say his name. I have to stop myself from saying his name because I know his entire family. He owns a rental business by my house. I still do business with him, but he looked in a room of 9 and 10-year-olds, and I'm talking about a room of about 75 kids. They brought every class together, and he was giving a speech, and he said, if you're not Roman Catholic, you're going to hell. So I started asking logical questions, and I'll never forget, he kicked me out of the room because I would raise my hand. I would say, what about, and I started off with like Christians. I said, what about Orthodox Russians? He said, yeah, they're going to hell. Okay. What about Muslims? He said, they're going to hell. Okay. What about Jewish people? They're going to hell. And I raised my hand and he kicked me out of the room after that. Because I was going to ask a logical question. Like, wait a minute.
So why would God create people and darken their hearts so that he could just send them to hell?
I've wondered that my whole life. I've wondered that. I got kicked out of a room for that.
Why would God spend thousands of years disciplining Israel and dealing with Israel and saying, you have to remember who you are, your traditions, and what God expects? And then all of a sudden, this JC character comes around, and then he gets the treated in a not so nice manner, and then this Paul guy basically says, okay, all my fellow Jews, what you need to do is you just need to forget basically who you are. Israel is pretty much dissolved. and basically everyone is Israel now. Now I'm going to couch this. There
Hold on
are
one.
converts to Judaism, and it's when that happens, it's a religio cultural kind of cultural ethnic conversion where you take on the traditions and religious beliefs of a group of people. So it's not a race per se, but basically the program for the past 3,000 years is done. I'm like, why would God do that?
Have a great night, Butterfly. So I brought this up yesterday on Phoenix's channel. My son wants to start going to church. Should I go to every denomination? Because I live in a place where I could take him to a Baptist church. I know a Catholic church I was baptized in. I could walk in and sit in the front row. They know my face. My
I would try to keep him away from the Greg Locks of the world.
That's true. I was thinking of like yesterday. Kilroy made a suggestion of a Unitarian church, and I like that idea. There's quite a few here. I don't have a problem with going and hanging out with people who just want to like be good people. I don't have a problem with that. I'm not angry at anyone. I have no problem with any religion whatsoever. Even if I have an opinion on it and I think the doctrine is a certain way, I don't judge the people. So I can go sit anywhere.
Like my mom said, Mormons can be incredibly nice people, but if one of them claims to be a prophet of God, they're working for the other guy and you need to run the other way.
I grew up around Mormons, and I'll say this until I'm blue in the face. Not all, if any group is bad, I still have lifelong friends. My friend Eric, who last time, like I always misquote how many kids he has. We're the same age. He's in his 40s. He has 11 children. But we grew up together. I know his mom is they're just good people. They're just great people, and religion is never brought up one time. But I asked his mom years later because she's extremely hardcore Mormon. Like she's one of the important people in this town. I asked her years later. I said, and we were at a Chamber of Commerce event. I asked her, I said, when I was a kid, I said, the only reason you let me in your house was because I was raised in a church, and she said yes. She would not let non-religious people in her house, is what I was trying to get out of her, and she admitted to it. But because I was raised, and it was in like the church I grew up in was on our main street, so you couldn't miss us.
There are really good people who are religious. There are people who are so good that when I started posting, some of my animations of Marjorie Taylor Greene in a Soviet officer's uniform, the guy basically said, I agree with you, but this is not this level of meanness is not allowed. You're out of the server. But like I have religious beliefs and I don't hold anything against atheists. And if you're a Christian and you're not trying to be a douchebag, I got nothing against you.
Have a great night, Butterfly. They are setting off fireworks. It's making me jumpy, and I have not been sleeping the past couple of nights because like I get comfortable and then someone sets a mortar off over my roof.
Oh, in the fireball state, no less, right?
It's illegal to own any of it, and every other house has mortars, and you get jail time for mortars. They have helicopters, and I live in the burbs, It's crazy right now. I hate this time of year. Like, I am a Homer American. I love the 4th of July. I can't wait to eat all the good food tomorrow. But like the fireworks affect me because they're literally like setting them off over my like, and they're like professional fireworks that some shrub has in his backyard, and they're setting off full mortars. My
And
camera,
they're goddamn stupid.
the I have night vision and all kinds of light spectrum on my camera. My cameras are flashing every time the mortars go off. And it's beautiful when I see it in the other neighborhood, and in like when it's over your house though, like I just have oh,
Get this, in Florida, mortars are illegal. They're illegal to set off, but not illegal to buy. At least at the time that I lived there. I had a neighbor who got drunk off his ass, and he had a mortar, and he lit it. It didn't go off. He looked down the barrel, and then it decided to smash his face in, and it bounced off his head and bounced off the house across the street and right into the middle of the street, and basically broke quite a few windows.
oh my gosh. You're bringing up such a good point too. I don't think any of these people have proper training with mortar. It just makes the older I get, I have a new roof, so I'm not scared of it completely going up because it has all the new fire tech on it, but still, like,
It's not a good well, someone can look down, get half their face crushed, and then it can blow up in the middle of the street.
The other night, well, last night, I was like getting ready for bed. I'm laying in bed. I have a fruitless mulberry that is over in my back window. It completely covers my backyard. It's like my secret garden back there. Even when it's hot, it's cool because the tree keeps the temperature down. Someone set a mortar off so close I could see the light from the mortar. They were going to try to set my backyard on fire.
Especially in California, I definitely feel for you, because it's not only the boom, boom, boom. It's, is there going to be a fire afterwards?
Explain to me why people in Central California don't have the roofs. I agree. Like, you can't even get a new roof without all the fire stuff nowadays. I understood fireworks until I was 14. And I was like, why are you wasting all this money? Same. When I was in high school, they were so much fun. And as an adult, like we get the I didn't even get one this year because it's so illegal, but we used to get the smaller boxes with the sparklers and the other ones. But it's just not worth it. And the cops, they do not joke around in Southern California. The police do not play here at all. 3 nights in a row, we've had the chopper over our head, and like, it's usually extremely quiet around here. The only drama is the people that live here. But I don't want to be that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It just reminds me of going to South Carolina because the fireworks was illegal in Virginia.
I think that's another thing. Like, people,
North Carolina, I'm sorry.
we get a bunch of illegal fireworks from Mexico, and Mexico has the real fireworks from like the real ones. Like the Tijuana toilet cracker is real. I've seen fireworks the size of humans. They do not joke around in Mexico, and those find their way into California. And you can go to Nevada, where everything's legal. And as long as you You can't buy a firearm with a California ID in Nevada, but you can buy fireworks in Nevada with a California ID. So you can get the ugly stuff.
Yeah, I'm just remembering. I think it was 70% chlorate or perchlorate, and the rest was aluminum powder. That was what Mr. Foley told us was in M80s. That was a high school chemistry teacher. He was going to get us to fight the Eichmanns. He was crazy, but good kind of crazy. He taught us how to make bleach. That's code for an oxidizer that's found in Clorox. He was just raising an entire class to basically be anarchists.
Alibaba, that's Godzilla Jesus. This was I've had this in my StreamYards for 4 years. When I used to be in the Debate Me Bro crowd, this would get me cursed out by Christians for being blasphemous.
Why didn't you use an avatar like a priest from the children of Adam?
I love this picture. I just love this picture. I just always makes me laugh. I just love this stupid picture. Like, and I've had it in this computer forever.
And I didn't even think anything. I didn't even think that was like Godzilla Jesus. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, it would start fight. I love this picture. Alibaba, you put me right on Front Street, and I love it. Here in Pennsylvania, you need to have had a license to buy big fireworks. Nowadays, you can just buy anything. I'm waiting for one day when somebody pulls themselves up and we have to go back to the old way. Man, I don't know how they get it here. Because the cops are no joke. Like, it just makes me laugh. I guess we always jokingly say, I know a guy, you know. Thank you. And I think also because when I initially came on the internet, I didn't take it serious, and people are like veins are popping out their head, and this one had people just exploding, and I'm like, I'm just here to have fun and like, you know, buy time. But that was in the beginning of the pandemic when I was scared and jumping on every stream I could. I gassed myself with chlorine cleaning up a fritz after making bleach. Mark, what year I can't remember because I got poisoning. I got bleach poisoning. I dropped industrial bleach outside in 2019 or 20. No, it was 2020 because I was streaming. And I remember like passing out, but I don't remember hitting the floor. Bleach poisoning, like when you get gassed by bleach, it's no real. It's no joke.
Are you talking about? It's not bleach. You mean chloramine or just free chlorine gas?
It was chloramine. We use it to clean out the septic tanks. We literally dump a mixture of powder and liquid into the septic tanks, and it fizzes, and we close the lid, and then somebody gets hoisted down. Do you know someone gets paid a lot of money to clean our septic tanks at my job? Let's just put it that way. They have a whole rig and a suit. And
It's called a honey truck.
And we have the rigs, but nobody was willing to go down there.
You could not pay me any amount of money to wade through sewage. No amount of money.
No, the box broke in front of me and I passed out. I can't breathe to begin with. I passed out and someone caught me. It was a work accident. It was a real like oops. People got fired. I got hurt. People weren't paying attention. Industrial accident. Happen all the sorry, go ahead.
And when I said, I didn't say chlorine, I said chloramine, which is like mixing bleach and ammonia, or was it chlorine? I
It's like
just wanted to
straight
clarify.
no, it's like straight chlorine, like industrial strength chlorine. Like I say, we pump it down. We shoot it with guns. We pump it through a water system and shoot it with guns, and then we dump it down. It's a whole process with a septic tank. But in my old age, I just stand and point, and I stand on the I stand. I just I do some Kentucky windage to find out where the wind is when they opened up all the leach fields and they open up all the pipes.
And then you got the hydrogen sulfate gas that can kill you, the sewer gas.
It's no joke. And on the property, people used to bury trash in the 1950s. So we have to go through with the tractor and poke holes randomly in the mountain and let out the methane. Do not bury your trash, people. The people who inherit this earth are going to suffer from it. And they were burying like 1950s like toxic stuff. Well, septic tanks have to be cleaned out completely at least once a year. And like I live in California. Well, Cal State OSHA just has like unreal stipulations. And my job is one of those things because we get certain funds. They don't play with us. I get CHP inspections because we have over 20 something vehicles. I get random city inspections, all kinds of stuff. So you have to be on your P's and Q's. I only play dumb on the internet.
Oh, I understand that. I drive a truck, and it turns out like they're having to warn people at my work. Now, I haven't done this, but people are using yard move in truck stops
Oh,
to try to keep their drive time, not use their drive time. And if a dot enforcement officer catches that, it's going to be a $15,000 fine maximum.
oh, I know all about that. I know exactly what you're saying. There's so many things at my job that like we have to have a gas locker, and it's the same thing. It's like a $15,000 fine if it doesn't have a lock on it. If it's not, like, it has to be away from the building. It has to be heavy enough that you can't pick it up in a truck. Oh. During the Depression, people would burn what they could and bury the rest. So a lot of places in the country, there's just massive shards of glass in the dirt. Yes. I think that's what happened in the hills at my job. There's a literal like cut canyon that someone made to bury their trash. And we have to poke holes in the hills. We found that out when we were doing solar yard move. Speaking of truckers, did anyone else see that fatal crash that happened between the truck driver that was on TikTok making a video? No.
Yeah, that's kind of stupid. I didn't see it, but making a video while you're driving is just flat earther level stupid. I'm talking to you, Cece. That is a flat earther who, like, 2 years after Cuomo is done and gone, is still blaming Governor Cuomo for all that he hates about New York, even though Cuomo's been gone.
I'm gonna go get my car mount because I built a car mount for filming and driving, and you be the judge.
Well, I mean, if you just have the thing on your dashboard and it's filming and you're not fiddling with it. because I have a truck. I have a thing that holds my phone in a cup holder.
This sits in the front of my truck, and it fits in my truck and my car, and it's hands free for me. But I know what's the hard move. Oh, the truckers are using. Oh, what's the move the truckers are using? But I built this rig. It's an old tripod, and I put my camera on it while I'm on the freeway. But
Well,
while
if you're not fiddling with the camera, I don't see any problem with it.
no, once I turn the camera on, like even in LA traffic, I'm only on the freeway for 20 minutes, even in hardcore traffic.
Okay, let me clarify what yard move is. You have an electronic logging device, and you have on duty, sleeper berth, driving, personal conveyance, yard move. Those are your primary choices. A yard move is a selection that you make when you're in a yard that is not open to general traffic, which is a controlled area specifically meant for trucks. Like if you pull into a Walmart distribution center, once you get inside the gate, you can move your truck in yard move and you don't eat up your drive time. And why that's important, you have 11 hours of drive time and you have a maximum of a 14-hour day. So your on duty time is a lot less valuable than your drive time. So if it's going to take you 20 minutes to basically move through a yard and park, you want to use yard move, or you want to go on duty and just creep under 5 miles an hour.
Wanna you think my car companion is unsafe? I drive my truck. My Ford truck is a 25-foot long truck, so it's a tank. My Ford Flex, if I got in an accident, I would get crushed in my Flex. And yes, I drive a real life soccer mom car. I drive a Ford Flex because it fits my surfboard. I'm a stereotypical Californian. Sue me.
Which is also which is also typical California.
It's sad but true. I've been sued actually multiple times recently, and won. Californians sue each other. It is a sad stereotype.
Yeah, I'm not going to use the person's name. He had epilepsy, but every time someone would hit him, you know, like when he had a real seizure, he would just sit there and stare into space and then fall down. But when someone would hit him, he would convulse or whatever, so we knew he was faking it. You know, the difference between, you know, a real seizure for him, he would stare into space and then just fall down. But his mom would sue absolutely everyone and everything imaginable. She was one of the original Karens of the world. So anyway, there was one time that she could not sue. We were at Metro Zoo school field trip, and the idiot decides to throw rocks at the chimpanzees. I was up in the monorail station watching this idiot throw rocks at the chimpanzees, and the chimpanzees threw something back, so much so that his mom had to be called so that he didn't stank up the bus.
Oh, that's awful.
And then she tries to sue. And she finds out that she can't sue The Metro Zoo because her little cherub was the one who started throwing the rocks.
Gilroy, it makes me laugh that you say a Ford Flex is too big. I love my Karen Mobile. First, because I can go anywhere inconspicuous, and people are like, I get out of my car and they're like, "You drive a Ford Flex?" I can take it to any stadium anywhere. It's perfect, and I can also I can I can fit my surfboard, a snowboard, like a ton of groceries. It's a modern day station wagon. And I drove a Ford station wagon with no shame. I love a good old school station wagon.
If I pass my dot physical in July or August, that's when I'm going to try to get it. I got to get it done before August 13th. I'm going to look into start looking at buying a new car. I got a rather old car and you know,
Oh, I love crash videos. Mark, I love crash videos. Is this in Australia? Oh, I'm gonna watch that later. I'm saving that one. I'm definitely. Oh, that's gold. Okay, I'm gonna watch this later because it's gonna distract me from the stream. That's gold. Oh, excuse me.
Toyota Tacoma truck.
My the one thing I like about my 88 Ford is that parking is a big issue even where I live. So I put that thing in front of my house. You're not parking in front of my house with a 25-foot truck. Ford Flex is 45 portable machines. Fortunately, you could get in my old videos when in my Ventura videos, when I would buy like 4 or 5 machines at a time, you can see how many sewing machines you can get back of a Ford Flex because my cowboy boots are back there. I'd have because I look at my old videos and I'm like, you can get a ton of stuff in those old in those Ford Flexes.
I put a 500-pound lathe in the back of a 2002 Chevy Cavalier, and the car was never the same again.
Oh, I've done. There was a friend of mine. We did a brick job. We were such rookies. We were 19 years old. Someone paid us money to put up a brick wall. We were all excited. So we get the order and we go to Home Depot, and the guy's like, "So where's your truck?" And he pulls up with a Ford Ranger. And the guy was like, "You realize we're gonna kill your truck?" And he's like, "Oh, we don't care." The bricks killed the suspension of my friend's truck. And we didn't make enough money for him to get a new suspension. We were dumb kids. I miss those were good times. Just being dumb idiot kids, not knowing what you're doing, driving in overdrive, thinking you're doing something. Those are okay trucks if you work on a construction site. I like my big truck. I get a weird sense of safety being up above everybody else. It's the strangest thing. And a kid in an Eclipse hit my truck. Guys, have a driver's license. This kid hit my truck. Cops pull up. They're like, "Let's see licenses." They look at mine. They're like, "Thank you, sir." They look at his. They're like, the cop turned his head. He's like, "Put your hands behind your back." The kid had a fake license. You can hear the truck drivers, and it's hilarious. Heck yeah! I'm gonna watch. I need something to watch when I'm making my pancakes later. It serves its purpose.
I want pancakes now.
I am to the point where I make my own. Like, I went out and invested in a waffle maker. I have a pan, an actual like square pancake pan. I get serious with breakfast. I do not play. I'm one of those people that like, I'm so like, I'm a Californian, but I consider it kind of, I don't know if it's hillbilly. I will eat breakfast any time of day. So if I go to a
No, it isn't. Called the Denny's or the IHOP syndrome.
yeah. And like I got called ghetto one time because I went to a fancy restaurant and was like, they don't have any breakfast on the menu. And a friend of mine was like, you are so ghetto. But I'm just a dick. I'm a breakfast guy. It just shows I had to haul stuff around for a while, appliances, rocks, furniture. But I was frustrated with the park. Yeah, the trip, like I think that's the problem. I have a truck right now that's a dud that I am so mad. And you guys, if you see a Karen video, it's me. I flipped off a tow truck driver. I called the company and I told him like, hey, I need you to tow my expired truck to my job. The guy came to my house, took one look at my truck, and was like, the tags are expired. I can't tow your truck. And I was like, bro, I told you. And he left. And he got a little slick mouth. And like he's like, what are you gonna do? And I gave him the Stone Cold salute, like Stone Cold Steve Austin would. So if you see me with the double birds on a Karen video, that was me. I'm addicted to breakfast. I love pancakes and waffles. They're like a love of mine. I really have a good recipe for pancakes. Message me if you all. I'm the opposite. I hate breakfast food. I'll fry up a burger and make a plate of spaghetti at 5 a.m. I'm the same way with barbecuing. Like, I barbecued and it was 96 degrees and I was barbecuing. Still trying to work out how to get a surface grinder home. I'm not putting that beast on my Land Cruiser. The surface grinder I want is somewhere around 3 ton. Can you pay someone to bring it to your house?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to have a truck that has a forklift. Now, I did own a surface grinder. It was a Bayer Schultz Challenger, and they just dropped it off from a truck in the street, and it was 900 pounds. So basically, we walked it by basically pushing it, almost tipping it over, then turning it, and basically making it waddle to its final place.
That's me. That's like everything I do. When Isaiah and I moved the blind stitcher in here, our muscles quit because we're out of shape. And like I was like, all right, kid, we're gonna have to wiggle this thing in this room. We walked it piece by piece, exactly where it is now.
But there's no way any human being could have carried that. We had to waddle it.
Oh, that's hilarious. There's quite a few things in this room I've done that with.
And then one thing that if I ever had a machine shop again, I know how to move a Bridgeport milling machine with nothing but a pry bar.
Pry bars are amazing. I can see why criminals, they're like the tool of choice for criminals. I keep a pry bar in every toolbox I have.
You just basically use it to inch it wherever you want to go if you don't have a forklift.
Oh, you totally reminded me of something. This is I took this out of my truck because I was making my blinds and everything, and I haven't put it back in my truck yet. But this is exactly 6 feet tall.
Exactly.
Well,
you're talking to someone who used to do machining, so there's no such thing as exactly.
This is Swanson's interpretation of 6 feet tall.
It's an approximation.
These guys weirdly sponsored my shop, so I have a ton of Swanson stuff. Engine. Do you know what's so funny? I had an engine lift and I sold it, and I'm still to this day mad about that. Like, I'm still to this day mad that I sold my engine lift. Every time I think about it, it just makes me angry. My neighbor's a mechanic. Yeah, but it's expensive. I have an excavator here to crane it off of my end. We move machines by rolling them on pipes. Wow. Even my 2-ton lathe in a Bridgeport was rolled on a pipe. That's awesome. Do you know what's really funny? That's how I got the cabinet above my. I did it old school Egyptian style. I sat down and thought about it because my father was helping me. He threw his shoulder out. I had a 70-year-old man helping me. So he threw his shoulder out, and I had this cabinet sitting on top of my refrigerator, and I just started putting blocks underneath it. And I slowly built it up till it was up against the ceiling. And that's where on every cabinet I wrote, if you're reading this, you bought the house. But I did it old school style, and I thought, like, people have been building things for millions of years without machines. Like, how can I get this up here? Oh, he's showing off. He's of that age where he's buff and tough. Hey, will you put this over there by the DeSantos flag? Commander, were you here when I was talking about the DeSantos flag?
No.
Isaiah goes through certain phases, and there's all kinds of things that I have in this room. Every phase he's ever been through, I have in this room. I have a communist flag, all kinds of fun stuff. Well, he's not a Ron DeSantos fan anymore. I have a make Florida America flag, like, with an eye shot of me. And I asked everybody, what should I do with it? What do you think I should do with it? Even though I know what your answer is.
Put it in the garbage disposal.
I have a
I mean,
my garbage. I have a brand new Badger. I do not want to do that to my garbage disposal. That would tax my garbage disposal.
I mean, Ron DeSantis basically says, I'm for freedom. Let me use the state to seize the means of production and try to control the day-to-day operations of the Walt Disney Corporation because they don't want to be mean to their employees.
Even his own
And then-
fans, my son, even his own fans are abandoning him because they're seeing how insane he is.
And then he's like, we're going to fight the woke. We're going to fight the woke. And then the book 1984 is woke. We need the Ministry of Truth and Big Brother to save our children from the book 1984.
He's turning into things that we fought wars for, that we sent every person on the planet to end. He's one of those. So
Yep.
He scares me. He truly scares me. But I told the story yesterday. I have the flag, like, right hanging in my garage because I washed it. And there I have a wall of stuff right here. So when I have my garage door open, people, they don't realize there's a human sitting in here, and it's the afternoon, it's nice and cool in here, and someone walked by my house and they were like, when they saw the flag, they gasped. And then the next time they walked past my house, I made sure to be out there. They walked past my house like this. They were like looking at me like, I don't know who you are, but you don't belong here. Not knowing this is like literally my ancestral ground where my people are from, where I'm sitting on. Like, it just made me laugh. Like, there is a neighbor around here that's going to hate me because there's a DeSantis flag, not knowing the story behind it. Oh, but we get a lot of yuppie walkers around here. The people that walk obsessively. They say it to be healthy, but really it's to avoid their partner, I think. Hey, will you go get me that Pepsi in the fridge? That bottle? I didn't even pull it out. And we're going on 4 hours. My first lathe was old and had 6 legs. We put a plank on then and the dirt floor and the planks under the legs and put pipe between the planks to roll it. Hey, if it works, it works. That's like the cabinet I put in. Every time I look at it, I'm so impressed with myself. Excuse me, because I did that by myself. I still to this day, I'm really proud of that. Thank you so much. And even the cabinet that I have in my kitchen, a 70-something-year-old man, we thought we were so slick. I have the giant tub that's going to be in my next video. I built a cabinet. I didn't realize by the time we were done building the cabinet, it weighed like 350 pounds. So we literally had to inch it in the house because it was so heavy. So if there's an earthquake, I'm literally going to go run and hide under that cabinet because it's just big enough. That's awesome, Mark. That's absolutely awesome. Make America just looks like a joke to me. I'm going to end up getting jumped by a Karen. There's going to be a Karen who curses me out and like, we don't want that. Like, and because my neighborhood is strangely Mormon, but they're Democrat. It's weird. Walkers make
That
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
that actually wasn't weird 20, 30, 40 years ago. South Broward County, when I left Broward County, it was about 2/3 white evangelical who went to church more than twice a week. But John Kerry won Broward County 74 points. It's not weird, at least not to me, to have religious people who want to help poor people, etc.
That is true. That is true. Because this town is still a very religious town. Hans is making me make me think of that video with the guy dancing salsa with his fingers. There are people who get TikTok or like YouTube famous for like 1 or 2 dances, and I'm like, oh, here we go. We're about to get 700 videos of the same dance. In my neighborhood, we have an army of runners and walkers, and those are the future Bad Knees Club of America. Those are the people who will not be able to walk when they're in their 60s. Even when I was a kid, I remember my brother was a runner, and even in a 1980s or 90s running magazine, it says if you excessively run, you will have bad knees when you're older. So we get the people with the full jogger suits and everything. Do you get a lot of joggers where you live, Commander?
Not really.
Is that weather contingent?
Well, it's I guess there are a lot of people who it would be weather contingent, of course. I live in a medium-sized town, almost a city.
Okay. Because of the numbers, I live in a town that is a city, but we just have an outrageous amount of people that live here. Running will destroy your knees, but like I always say, like no medical advice, but running is terrible. Like anything else, I call it body shock. Like you have to work yourself into certain things. And like if you just start working out one day, you're gonna hurt yourself. Or if you just start running miles getting ready for a marathon, you will hurt yourself if you don't properly train. You know, Alibaba, I don't have a problem with bike riders. My problem is the people that think they're cars. Do you have that? Do you have a problem with that, Commander?
People who basically they're on a bike and they want to be, yeah, especially if you're driving a truck
Exactly.
and you need to get somewhere and they're taking up the middle of the traffic lane on a bicycle. I know, like, legally they're a vehicle,
Excuse
but
me.
you can be legally a vehicle over on the fucking sidewalk if there's no one on it.
It drives me insane. I fear for their lives. They are more protected here in California. We even have a law now where it's illegal to yell at bicyclists. You could go to jail if you scream profanity at somebody on a bicycle in your car. It is illegal where I live. In my area, we actually have people that use bikes to get around and wear normal clothing. They don't just bike to bike and wear those stupid leotards. That's my beef. Those are the people I'm talking about because we do too. And you know what? Even the tweakers have more respect than people that are in the leotards on their their $3,000 Cannondale bicycle. I don't know. I'm just over it. There a long time ago, I lived in a very bottlenecked side of town, and there was a guy who flipped off rush hour traffic, and he got jumped by adults. I'm talking about people that go to work every day. They weren't gangsters. They weren't. People got out of their car and threw him off their bike, and were like waving other cars, like "Let's go." It was bad. But like he got off his bike because people were honking at him and he stood like, what are you gonna do? And he chose the wrong area. It's dangerous for pedestrians for bikes to be on sidewalks. I agree, but like we have bike lanes as well. But you can be in the bike lane or you can actually be in the road here legally where I live. They're showing a roller coaster in America on TV here. It's got the top cracked off the column. That was on Twitter. Let's see if I can find it. Do you have a massive influx of motorcyclists, Commander, where you live?
No, not really.
What about people with the bike enthusiasts with the leotard and the helmet and the full gear and the overexpensive bike?
Um, without giving away the town in which I live, or at least narrowing it down, I'm not gonna say exactly where, but there's some of that. And luckily, I don't have to drive anywhere near it.
Do you know what, Renee? People in the suburbs are pent up and they go by mob mentality, and that guy chose the wrong day. He just chose the wrong day. I didn't participate. I was in my little Mazda 3. This was like my son was in the back seat, so I wasn't fighting anybody. He was in a car seat, but it was a spectacle. And this was before like cell phones had this was like iPhone 1 territory. Before that, around no, like our 4 or 5 around. I don't know. I didn't own an iPhone until 4 or 5. Motorcyclists make me mad. I wouldn't be if they didn't just motorbike to make a lot of noise and irritate people in their own amusement. Okay. So the guy who gets a 3-inch pipe and puts it on his bike is an a-hole. We have modern air intakes where your bike can still be a ripper and not sound like it's like 1975. So I agree with you. Anyone that has a 3-inch pipe uh is compensating for something. It's a motorcycle thing. In the motorcycle world, it's a debate too. So people purposely make their bikes louder too. Be careful and don't believe anything anyone tells you. That's the advice I give my son, Commander, when he goes on VR.
I don't do VR. First off, when you do VR, there's a possibility that the model that you're using will be copied, and all my models are custom.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know that. Is that like in the contract that they can share everything? Like the ring, it tells you.
No,
like,
there's hackers.
oh, okay. Because like with the ring, when you buy a ring, it says, hey, you're basically going 50-50 with Ring because they have the rights to anything that happens in front of your house. And they're basically saying it for the commercial, but they're basically saying that we can use this for anything we want to at any time. And
What do you mean ring?
It's a security system now, but it's the front doorbell where you push it and it's a camera.
Oh, I got you.
Like, you know how have you ever seen those doorbell cams on Twitter where people do awful things?
Yes.
I have a Ring. And when you get a Ring, you basically sign a contract that says they have the right to use your stuff. Like my cousin came over and I very forcefully told him to leave. They could have put that in their commercial or had me out there acting crazy. And I have no rights to tell them not to do it because I signed a contract saying that they can spy on me.
Well, if when you upload a video onto YouTube, YouTube has rights to that video. Limited rights, but rights nonetheless.
Does Pennsylvania have motorcycle helmet laws? Alexa,
I would hope
does
so.
Pennsylvania have motorcycle helmet laws?
From ConradAttorneys.com. Pennsylvania motorcycle laws do not require riders to wear helmets.
Oh, Alexa, thank you.
I remember when Jeb Bush got rid of the requirements for you to wear a helmet in Florida. And I was like, oh, they can fly free as an eagle and just splatter their brains all over the fucking road.
I won't even lie. Full disclosure, when I was a kid, we used to take our helmets off at the Nevada border because California, as long as I can remember, have had helmet laws. You're not getting on a bike without a helmet here. Even everyone has to wear a helmet here. If you're not wearing one, you are truly an outlaw. That's crazy. I think the YouTube thing is slightly different from someone thinking they're getting a camera of their own for their own security. Exactly. That's the problem. The Ring tells you they're going to exploit you. Like I have a closed circuit camera system. No, it has its own server. I literally have my own server for my camera system. No one can get into it. It's not even online. It's just a giant storage database, basically, that I could share it if I wanted to, but I won't. But my whole point is, that is all for me. The Ring, I thought it was cool to be at the front door and I could tell people, like I could be at the grocery store and tell someone to go away. I like that. But I read all contracts like most people should.
You don't want to be turned into a human centipede like the episode of South Park.
I've seen that episode. That's a good episode. No, I dot the I's and cross the T's. I pull my glasses out. If you ever want to see me, if you see me with my glasses on reading the contracts, you know it's serious. I do not play when it comes to that because I also want to know, I want to know the stipulations. You can't even ride a push bike without a helmet. Oh, in Australia. I wondered about that too. And I'll tell you because I watch a lot of bikey videos of like Australian bikies. a lot of those people are not wearing helmets. I had no idea they were that about that life. Those rings freak me out. Yeah, it's you literally give Ring permission to spy on you. They literally it's in the contract. I'm sorry. It just makes me laugh because a lot of people don't know that, and then they'll like try to fight Ring, and you can't take them to court when they've told you like we're gonna spy on you. Here, sign here. I remember the Facebook Messenger contract that gave them permission to listen to your phone calls. People didn't know. That's crazy. People buy spyware. When Isaiah was younger, even baby monitors are creepy because I had a really fancy baby monitor, but what I didn't know, it was based off of frequencies. And there was one time I thought I was watching Isaiah's room and I was watching someone else's kid because it picked up a frequency. Because I walked in the room, my kid was awake, and then I walked and looked at the camera and I was like, that kid's still sleeping. So people buy spyware. You still there, Commander?
Absolutely.
When is there anything that you own that like you've like completely signed your rights away to? Like the ring, or even like my A word. Alexa, thank you.
You are so very welcome.
Always listening.
I don't know if I have.
Even like with iPhones, okay? I have an iPhone.
Oh
In the
yeah, they can basically spy on you there.
in the
They say
last
they're doing it to save people.
and they're in like 4 or 5 updates ago, they basically gave themselves the right to go through all your pictures, and if anything's illegal, they can report you. Yeah, and it was scary, Waternay. It was when he was a little guy, and Isaiah's my only child. He was like when people say, "Oh, first kid," he's my only kid. Everything was new to me. The world, having a kid was just pure anxiety. Having a little baby, and so it was scary. It was scary. They don't call it that, but that's what it is. The 1980s, the Russians are putting wiretaps on the phones. 2023, I just bought a new wiretap. Wiretap? What's the recipe for pesto? Wiretap. How far to the Yeah, that's one of my favorite memes actually. There's a meme I like that, Gilroy, that's like showing people like don't trust the government, and then it's like 2023 wiretap. How do you make spaghetti? I turn off those settings off on stuff. No, you don't get to listen to my stuff to figure out your voice or I can't say this without laughing because I am so tapped. In off chance I might need something. Like I like even talking about the Cellerite sewing machines or whatever. I guarantee you when I go on YouTube to fulfill my YouTube addiction later, it's gonna be selling me those. Anytime any machine I ever talk about, it'll sell me on Twitter or whatever platform I'm on. But again, when you sign a contract, you tell people I'm sorry, when you get an iPhone, you sign a contract saying that like they're gonna listen to everything you say. It's in their stipulation. They admitted to tapping you basically. Even Google is spying on everyone at all time. I can't be talking about buying something obscure and I get ads for what I was talking about. Exactly. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Happens so much. Every sewing machine I talk about or like anything I bring up, they're constantly trying to sell me jeans. I said hippie a bunch tonight. They'll be trying to sell me a t-shirt later. Does that scare you though, Commander? Because we're being followed by robots and not people.
Yeah, because robots are stupid. And one day they may just decide that you've done something you shouldn't have. And you get where that's going.
Mhm.
They don't make judgment calls.
Back before Will Smith and I broke up, I, Robot was like one of my fall asleep movies. I loved that movie. I absolutely loved that movie. I read the book a million times as a kid, but like I didn't have cable when I lived in Portland, Oregon, so I just would buy a bunch of movies out of the $5 bin, and I loved that movie. But it could happen. Would you buy a robot butler?
No.
I couldn't even. I'm one of those people. I couldn't have maids, so I would never have a robot. I couldn't have. Like, I would feel uncomfortable with someone cleaning my house. Even if I owned a mansion, I would clean it myself. I'd put on skates and get a duster.
If I won a $1 billion lottery, what I would do is I just like buy a house, shit it up for 6 months, and then buy a new one.
That would be to rock star. That would be awesome. I can't live with holes in the wall though. iRobot is a good example of what can go amiss, even with precautions. That yeah, I loved that movie. We live in a world where we've given away our freedom though to robots. Like if someone stole my phone, they could ruin my life if they got in my bank app. They could literally ruin my life within like 6 pushes of a button, you know.
Oh, I've had that happen.
I had when I lived in
They
Arizona.
replaced the money, but the bank replaced the money, but
Excuse me.
it was a pain in the ass.
I've had my whole identity stolen. It's awful. Are you confessing that you did throw those TVs out of those hotel rooms? Oh, I wish I was that rock star. I'm too like tidy and OCD to like I need a like I may not seem like it, but I need a little bit of order. I can't be around all that chaos. I wish I could rock star out. But then if I could break stuff, I would just have a room of old TVs where I could break stuff like what people pay to do now. I should open up one of those at my job. We have a bunch of stuff that people could break.
Old plates and things like that.
It's like I fall in these holes of reality television and I'll admit to it. And it's the new reality television trope where people will go to these smash places where you can like legally get a sledgehammer, smash a TV, smash plates, you know, put a hole in the wall because it's all plywood. It's a good business venture, like axe throwing. Because I'm constantly trying to think about making money. People go pay money to drink and throw axes at a board. I know. What could possibly go wrong with alcohol and axes? I know. But
That's why you have insurance.
true.
Wasn't your fault someone got drunk and decided to behead someone in your bar? It was I'm sorry.
He wouldn't have been in it. The one thing about Will Smith that bothered me the most is if a modern in LA County, if you touch someone, that's 6 months in jail. And you're going to do like your butt's gonna be in county for 6 months. In LA, rich people have there's just a double standard for rich people. So I don't feel sorry for like Will Smith. He hurt my feel. Like yeah. It's just amazing what money can do in California. You can get away with almost anything in California if you have recognition or money. you could do almost anything. And Will Smith reminded us that we're the serfs. Because I'm telling you, if the modern person, anyone, if you touch anyone in LA, it's illegal to touch anyone in California. Let's just put it that way. Keep your hands to yourself, you know. So Will Smith bothers me. But, like, I don't know. Are you still a Will Smith fan, Commander?
No. And when I went to see movies, I didn't give a rat's behind who the actor was. I gave a rat's behind about the what the script was, how the acting was, and then the quality of the production. Because if you have a shitty script, then it's all just mindless explosions.
A mate of mine had his wallet stolen, so he rang the bank and canceled his cards. And the thief rang the bank, and because they had the details, the bank reinstated the cards for the thief. My head would explode. My head would literally explode. You'd have to tie me to a chair. I'd be so mad. I never liked Will Smith even before the slap. I agree with you. I agree with you, Waternay. It is a society problem because it's not just Will Smith. Robert Blake got away with murder. Um, uh, Caitlyn Jenner offed someone on Pacific Coast Highway. If you even have our DUI rules are no joke here, like no joke. There's all kinds of people that hurt people and that like get away with it because they're rich and famous. And it's not even I don't even care what class of person you are, who you are, what you are. I don't care. But if you get treated different because you're rich, I have a problem with that. Yeah, that's terrible, Mark. You should have to do more after they've reinstated. Do you know what's really funny? My card cuts me off every time I leave. Like if I go more than 500 miles from my house, they stop my card. So the fact that the thief was able to call and get the card reinstated, I would lose it. And they like do everything but scan my eyeball when they cut my card off. There was one time I called them, they said they weren't going to cut it off, and they cut it off. Where you live, do people have do rich people have privilege where you live? Commander? Well, here where I live, people get to do whatever they want depending on how much money you are. It bothers me deeply. If you make a big purchase without calling my credit union beforehand, they'll pause my card. I think mine's figured out that I'm a compulsive shopper because they stopped doing that. And I do crazy stuff like I'll go to the ATM and then use my card. Not many here. Where I live, like it's crazy. It's crazy. I tried using my card at a gas station less than a mile away from my house, and it was still denied out of caution. Oh, I'm the same way. Waternay, I'm a man. I call them and I'm like, I'm about to go Karen on you. I need to talk to someone over 40 so they can take it. Like, that's not okay. That bothers me. They would wait until I crossed into Nevada to cut me off. I learned though, I started that's when I was like in my gambling heyday. I just started taking cash with me. I would be so ticked. Do you know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Certain banks go out of their way to have a million checks. It kind of bothers me now that I think about it. But it truly depends on what bank you use. I used Wells Fargo Chase or whatever. Well, Wells Fargo was the worst for cutting me off. They're not fans of casinos at all. Commander,
Well,
oh, there you are.
every time I try to give money online, Wells Fargo basically declines it and makes me verify.
Oh, they're the worst.
Oh, I have some news.
Awesome.
As far as eligibility for monetization, I just looked at the YouTube app. YouTube Studios. They bumped the requirements down to 500 subs, and instead of 4,000 hours, 3,000 hours. But I'm nowhere's near the 4,000 hours. I got 87 hours. No, that's eligibility for what's this? Because it basically says, oh, that's eligibility for super chats and memberships. Eligibility for monetization as far as getting videos.
Sorry. I had to run the can. I could still hear you though. Do you know that I gotta check my hours now? What did you say the hours were?
There's two things. One says 1,000 subs and 4,000 hours, and then above it, it says 500 subs and 3,000 hours.
Interesting.
I have 87. Probably need to start streaming. I'm a little bit nervous because I think I just have this idea that I'm a little bit slow on the conversation and a little bit bland.
I would lose it if I got blocked from a restaurant I eat at all the time. Maybe I was hoping to be monetized. That's funny. I thought I have 698 watch time hours. Rich people having
And
oh, sorry, go ahead.
and I got let's see how many hours that Ukraine video actually it's the one where 2 weeks before the um the counteroffensive, I basically said, "Oh, they're fighting Nazis." So I wonder if it's going to start on June 6th. So I basically did a D-Day theme Ukraine video, and they started on June 6th.
Do you know with YouTube, Commander, like you just got to stick with it. And I'm telling you, I was super canceled, and then one day I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do a stream. Like, not the entire internet cannot hate me, and I found my people. I found everybody here, you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you start streaming, you'll get your hours, but you'll also find what you're looking for because you have top tier animation. You are 9 steps ahead of people who have thousands of subscribers who call themselves animators. I'm looking at someone who I don't like. I shall not say their name. I'm really not going to. But people will watch your streams because they'll see your animation and be like, "Oh my gosh!" Like their animation is 9. You're ahead of you're like way ahead of the game.
Well, the animations would have to be like a gag because they're not real time.
Yeah, but still, like your
avatars, yeah, those are real time.
Oh, those are unreal. And I've seen YouTubers again that shall remain nameless that pay lots of money for those. There was somebody that's semi-famous now that I met that paid a lot of money to have a avatar that talks.
I have an avatar for every single one of the shills.
Oh, that's awesome.
I just know that I'm going to have to get a good desktop, at least $2,000 desktop, to do things properly.
I earlier you said something about Windows. I have Apple and it's a catch-22. Their computers are whiz bang, they're fast, they have crummy storage, and they claim things that it's I don't know. I'm stuck with it. I know nothing but Apple technology because I'm a total shill for Apple, but they're the worst. But then I have a whiz bang Dell over here, and it's when I go like I don't know. When you go from Apple to PC, it's like hell. Because it's like learning all over again because Apple has its own operating system.
I know. Be quite honest, I haven't had a Apple since 1994. Well, actually 95 because we got it in 94 and then there was nothing for it in 95 after Windows 95 and 96 and I
Oh
basically
man.
went into the trash and I got a bunch of computers people were throwing away and I got my first Windows computer that way.
I miss those old discs you'd get in the mail. Like when I figured out you can go online with those things, I remember going around to all my senior citizen neighbors being like, "Hey, can I get that disc?" They're like, "Sure, here you go." Oh, I
Blue
miss those
light
days.
bluelight.com, first internet service I had because my mom didn't want to pay for one because the internet was dangerous. And yeah, it is. And yeah, it's probably caused a lot of bullshit. But, you know, it was cool at the time, yeah.
I have old magazines and I laugh at the price of like IBMs and like the old school computers, how much money people paid for as compared to now to what you get for now from nowadays. I absolutely love. I'm gonna. I have to go through all my stuff because I have a lot of old advertisement, even local stuff where they're like, "Oh, this IBM computer for 1,500," and it's just you're dying. You're like, "Oh, my cell phone has more storage than that thing."
Well, I mean, look at my animations, right? If I wanted to do what I do right now 10 years ago, I couldn't.
Hmm.
I'd have to hire render farms to get anything done in a reasonable amount of time. And to give you an idea, a 5-minute render at 250 samples, not even 5 minutes. I think that Penguin's tank parade that I did about this time last year, if I wanted to basically have that done in a day, um, it would have cost about $1,400
Oh wow.
for a render farm to do it.
I'm so close. I'm so close to switching to Linux. I already know how to use it just fine. I, I'm just a little bit stubborn and lazy. Plus, Windows isn't making me mad enough to switch yet. I haven't used Windows enough to even like complain about it. I didn't realize how screwed I was until like my computer went down and I tried to render a video on my Dell, which by all standards is a rival to my MacBook Pro. I had no idea how to use a modern PC. I was embarrassed because I use my Apple so much.
Dick Dawson wants to go to an Apple, and he said it'd be about 3,000 Canadian, which is maybe about 2,200 or $2,500.
That's standard American price for an Apple. As an Apple aficionado, they're do you know what the funny thing is? They sell you these whiz bang computers knowing nowadays they only have one USB-C port. You have to buy adapters, connectors, headphones, like all kinds of stuff, which they used to all give you for free. Even with the cell phones now, you don't even get the earpods or whatever for free anymore unless you go get a deal. And back in the day, they were just, you got a phone, you got earbuds.
I actually never had earbuds.
I hate them. I don't see a point to them. My 70-something-year-old mom figured them out. They blow my eardrums out. Apple locks you in with the convenience. That's the problem, Kilroy. Like, Apple thinks for you. Even when I'm editing my videos, like the computer helps me out sometimes. It's really sad that I'm admitting that, but like Apple thinks for you. That's the problem with Apple, because once you get used to their operating system, you won't know how to run anything else. Like if you gave me an iPhone, I would show you, like I would shock you. But if you gave me a Samsung, I wouldn't even know how to turn it on. Does any company still give away earbuds anymore? You know, it's so sad. I don't know any of this because I get all my cell phones through my job, and I slowly pay them off. That's why I look like a rapper with all my phones, but I own every single one of them. And sometimes Apple forces you to get a new phone. Hey Alibaba, I'm gonna be ending this soon. Well, I'm gonna end it in about 5 minutes. I'll see you next week. You're always appreciated here in the house of
Thank
someone.
you.
Always. No, I'm not ending the stream just yet. But Alibaba, you're awesome. I will end this in a minute. But earbuds are just the worst. I hate earbuds. They give me a headache. I still rock. Where are they? Where are they? They're somewhere in here. I showed them last week. I still use my old Sony headphones from high school. They still are extremely loud and they work. I've had these. These are older than most people's children. I have literally had things. These were like studio quality back in the 90s, and they still work. It's back when they built things to actually last. Are you? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Today, designed obsolescence.
Oh, absolutely. It's like that even with sewing machines. Like that's why when they say something's deluxe or the best or heavy duty, I'm looking at you, singer. It's a lie. It's an absolute lie. My ears get annoyed having something stuffed in them for hours. That's why I prefer the old school big studio ones. Even on my keyboard, I have old Radio Shack headphones. Those are kind of embarrassing, so I won't pull those out because those are like from 1992, but they still work. I used to always rock earbuds, But one time I was using the chainsaw and my song stopped because I realized that my earbuds got caught up in my chainsaw and I sawed right through them. Right through them. So I no longer use long cords while working. Plus, I figured out this whole system where I pipe them through my shirt and I put them in my ears, and then I put I call them my range earmuffs, but they're they're chainsaw rated, so you don't hear your chainsaw while you're using it.
That would have been good in a noisy machine shop.
They come in handy because Isaiah has hardcore, like he has ASD, so he has sentinel hearing. Even today he had a problem at the park because there was a local camp that, it's funny, Marquette and I were laughing because like there's a camp that's been around since over 50 years, and Isaiah was like, I hate those guys. But to us, it's a local camp that that's been around, but they were playing music. And to people, like, people don't realize that people with ASD or autism, they have sentinel hearing, so they get annoyed, and I don't blame him because he can hear better than everybody else. So, Commander, do you have anything you'd like to share?
Yeah, I made a video with this particular avatar, but what the video is about is actually quite interesting. I basically took part of FDR's 1940 Arsenal of Democracy speech, the part about what the Nazis were doing to stir up bullshit, and brought it to the parallels of the tactics of Russia and Nazis today. And I'm almost done researching the false prophets and their creepy Russia stuff, and what they do and how similar it is to what the World War II bad guys did. And I'm going to make another video about that. Going to try to be more serious and more informative than, say, the Penguin videos, which were like Marjorie Taylor Greene is ordered to shed her human skins. Yeah, we do some information, but this is going to be more serious.
I'm like talking to a muted microphone. Awesome. Awesome. I have ASD and I run fans all the time to blank out all the little noises that would drive me nuts. Silence is awful for me. That's funny. Everybody's different. I didn't realize like how quiet I am. Like I'm just not like I'm a loud speaking person, but I'm not necessarily like a clunky loud person. I couldn't imagine. Like I tune things out. Like when we go to the grocery store, Isaiah will be like, this song is so cringy. And I'm like, I don't even hear the song because I'm too busy worrying about what snack I'm gonna get. and is bacon on sale. It's so funny, Warren, I live with fans. I need noise. I'm one of those people where I need noise. Well, we've been going for 5 hours. So I think I'm gonna end it. I couldn't wear hearing protection while machining. I run everything by sound rather than. It's really funny. I do that too. Like I couldn't wear my chainsaw headgear anymore because I need to know when it's running low on oil. If I'm running it, like if it's too hot, I need to be able to hear certain sounds. I agree with you. All right. Well, I'm working on a video right now about my blinds, and there'll be a ton, like my pants will be in it. The carpet of a sweater poncho, whatever you want to call it, that I made, that'll be in it. I'll be here next week. Don't forget to definitely subscribe to Commander. Next week on Sunday, we'll be stitching and bitching, and we'll be back here on Monday night. Ooh, pounding sodas. I have indigestion. I hope everyone has a great week. And if anything crazy happens, I'll go live. If I win the lottery, I will let everyone know. But until then, I hope everyone has a great week. I'm in all the usual places if you need me. And as always, reinforce your seams, be yourself. It's been great. You guys are awesome. And I will definitely see you next time.
Goodbye.